I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 15. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I start, sir, I would like to start by remembering and paying homage to a great leader, late P.S. Sangma. Today is his anniversary, and even though he is not with us today, he will continue to inspire, to guide us and many generations to come. So, reply to Star Question 18A. DPR is under preparation for protection of river bank for Patarkata village to Baitbari village in Pulbari town from erosion by the river Brahmaputra and Jinjiram in West Garo Hills district of Meghalaya. B. The Public Works Department from time to time has taken up repair works to restore the eroded portion and damaged embankments which were caused by river Rongai, Jinjiram, and also the backflow of river Brahmaputra during the monsoon seasons by providing boulder sausage, earth filling with jute bags, and palisading works, etc. Some new protection works have also been taken up and proposed. C. Yes, sir. D. Yes, sir. E. Flood plan zoning, flood early warning systems are programs that are in the pipeline. Construction of reservoir at upper reaches with flood moderation as one important component to tackle flood for basins most vulnerable to flood, and Meghalaya State Action Plan on Climate Change is prepared by the Meghalaya Climate Change Center.
Speaker, sir, as you all know, this is a recurrent phenomena in the plain belts of Garo Hills. So, may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, when is the DPR likely to be completed and when exactly the actual groundwork is likely to be started?
Yes, sir. This work is being carried out by the Brahmaputra board. And as mentioned, sir, the detailed project report is under preparation. And since there are multiple agencies that are involved in getting this project through, the process is not possible for us to give a detailed or a specific timeline. As I said, because the Brahmaputra board, Government of India, and state government, all three agencies are working together. But so we are trying to push so that the work can start at the earliest. But the DPR is under preparation as of now.
Speaker, sir, there is one more embankment, that is Kolongini Embankment, 8.6 kilometers under the Rongai Valley project. What is the status of that, sir?
So that particular report is not here with me as of now, sir. I will require notice for that.
Speaker, sir, what is the status of Rongai Valley medium irrigation project, the amount sanctioned and utilized so far, and the expected date of completion of the project?
So this detail of this particular project also, as I said, is not currently available with me. The only, as I said, the project that is there that we have started working towards, the DPR project, is the one that I've mentioned about right now, sir.
Speaker, sir, what is the level of coordination that exists between different government departments like water resources, PWD, then disaster management, to ensure comprehensive and effective mitigation of flood control?
Yes, sir. It's a very valid question that the honorable member has asked, and of course it is linked to the reply I was giving yesterday also, and today also it's a similar reply. The question was actually put to the Revenue and Disaster Management, but as you can see, sir, the reply is being given by the Chief Minister, And the reason is because all the departments are actually involved. So the PWD, irrigation, which is the water resource, soil conservation, the climate change, environment, and also the overall the revenue and disaster management. So therefore, so there is a close coordination. Of course, it's not always possible to sit and work on everything together. Each department has got its own responsibility. But we are always coordinating with each department to ensure that a holistic approach is there towards resolving this larger problem.
Speaker sir, through you, I want to request Honorable Chief Minister sir to kindly look into and expedite the construction of the marginal embankment that is from Bhaitbari to Konachar, 14.6 kilometer, and the Kalongini embankment, 8.6 kilometer from Varalgaon to Sobribari. It is a humble request from my side, kindly to expedite the process. Thank you, sir.
So I have noted the matter, sir.
Mr. Rupa, please. Rupa Madam.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I know through you, what is the time frame exactly requires for the preparation of the DPR for protection of riverbank from Patakata village to Baitbari village in Fulbari town? As I have seen that it has been raised many times, so the reply is always the DPR is under preparation.
Yes, sir. The DPR is under preparation, and as I have mentioned in my reply, that the DPR preparation and the work coordination is between the government of Meghalaya, the Brahmaputra board, and the government of India, and therefore, because of multi-agencies involved in the preparation of this very important DPR, the time frame is, the time is consumed is slightly more than expected, number one. And number two, it's not possible for us to give a specific time frame, as I said, because of the multiple agencies and multiple governments and levels involved in this. But as I said, sir, I am seized of the matter, and we will push so that this DPR is completed at the earliest, so that work also can start at the earliest.
So we move on to next question, question number 16. Sri Preston Tinsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to third question 16. A, sir, vehicles with height limit of 2.80 meter and only single axle vehicles with cross weight not beyond 9 metric ton are allowed to ply on the bridge. B and C, sir, DPR for four laning of Barapani Shillong Road is under preparation by NHIGCL.
Sir, what is the logic behind restricting the height limit of 2.8 meter when there is already the prescription that the limit is 9 metric ton? So what is the relation between the height and the height and the weight of the vehicle so that this bridge could not, the motor could not use through that bridge, sir?
Sir, in fact, the reason of the height limit of 2.8 meters happens after we study everything. For example, like night super. Night super, the height of the night super is beyond 2.80 meters. So therefore, ultimately, we said that the height also has to be prescribed accordingly to prevent any unseen, unfortunate incident in this particular bridge.
So, but the weight, the prescription for this bridge is that it carries 9 metric ton. I don't know the logic behind restricting the height, because if the height is 3-4 meter also, if the weight is below 9 metric ton, it will not affect the bridge. So this need to be looked into. And I just want to go to the other question, sir. What is the timeline required for preparing of DPR for this bridge, sir?
Sir, in fact, the DPR preparation as well as detailed survey has been handed over to NHIDCL by the Ministry of Road Transport itself, and the engagement of the consultant was only finalized in the month of November 2024. So right now the consultant is on the job, and I'm very sure the DPR will be completed at the earliest possible, and then the review meeting in my level also is held regularly, because we have seen this approach to Shillong is very, very important for the economic activities as well as for to ease the hardship of the people who stays in Shillong, as well as people who goes around maybe to West Castles or any parts of the states.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to know that it's not that by restricting due to this week of this bridge, that the big vehicle could not come transport the goods Shillong. Do it affect the price of the communities in Shillong or not?
Yes, sir, it is. That's why now a number of initiatives is being taken up by the government. Sir, number one, in fact, we are about to complete the one project. One VIP road which is under construction, and the total length of this road is about 23 kilometers connecting to Umroi Airport, and the completion of this project is more or less to be completed by the end of this year. And once this is completed, because this road is intermediate lane approach, and once this is completed, sir, I'm very sure like night super and even the heavy trucks can fly through this new approach road, which we already under construction and to be completed within this year. So this is one part, and then the second one is even the other initiative that we have taken. In fact, we do have even that road Maudiang, which connects again the Shillong bypass. Though the distance is little more, but people can even use that approach coming to Shillong or going out of Shillong to prevent of going through the Umyam Bridge.
So I'm very glad with the initiative of the government that it will try to get, because as of now, sir, we know the distance from here to Umyam is only about 20 kilometers, but as of now, sir, the people who transport the goods from outside the state, wide dam side, they have to pass travel 80 kilometers to reach Shillong, because from Umyam to Marungkeneng is 50 kilometers, and from Marungkeneng to here is 30 kilometers, it's 80 kilometers. This brought a hardship to the people. It's time consuming. More importantly, it costs for the economic activities of the people, because the goods which was supposed to sell at 10 rupees, due to the extra cost borne by the transporter, they sell at 11 rupees, so on and so forth. So I request the government to kindly look into this, so that as early as possible, so that it will ease the consumer of the state, because Shillong is the economic hub of the state of Meghalaya. This, thank you very much, sir.
We note that, sir.
May I ask a question?
Charles, please.
Sir, I'm glad to hear from the reply that there are multiple roads being constructed to ease the movement of traffic. Then may I know, sir, that the new DPR for 4 laning of the Umyam Shillong Road is in which alignment? Where will it pass through? Because the Honorable Minister has replied that the ISBT, the VIP road ends up with Temple line. Then we have the Mountain Dam Ummir comes out in Makhanu, which is the bypass. These are all roads which we can use. But this new road, which is the alignment?
Sir, the alignment of this proposed new road and this particular project, which is also to be constructed in four-laning project. Sir, the starting point of this particular alignment starts from just nearby that, this what you call that, botany, what is that? Near that, from Yam. Near that, agriculture.
ICR.
From ICR. Near the ICR, then it will go to MECL land, it will touch MECL land, then again it will come down to the industrial estate, the industrial park over there, and it will come again, it will touch downstream of the existing bridge in the dam, and again the survey will come up to Martin side, sir. It will come to the Martin side, and the connection, ultimately the connection of this four-lane will be disposed of near the Umshirpi bridge.
Sir, in that case, when the alignment is coming through the downstream of the Umiam Dam, that means there will be a construction of a bridge. I think that will require that. May I know, in the DPR, will you consider that the construction of the bridge will be a very solid one, so that doesn't happen what happened now?
Sir, the entire stretch of this proposed four-laning approach to Shillong will be the elevated road. It will be the entire stretch is elevated road, sir.
Okay,
Sir.
Barinik, he has raised his hand first. Barinik, please.
Sir, the main question has been asked by Charles, the same question I want to ask, but I have one more question, sir. And that question, I just want to understand from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. Because of the restriction of the height to 2.80 meter, whether this will restrict also small cars carrying bamboo, like the pick-up van for carrying bamboo, carrying grass, or broom, whether all this has been restricted by the height, because this is a small car and which is below even 3 ton or 4 ton capacity. But because of the height restriction, whether all this small transport also has been restricted by this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir.
Okay, pardon, please.
Sir, while we are waiting for the alternative route, I know that we need to ensure that transport are strictly adhered to the weights prescribed by the government. So may I know how will the government determine the weight of those vehicles that has to pass through that bridge? Is there any weight bridge that the government has installed in both sides of the bridge, sir, or before entering the bridge?
No, that's why, sir, why we have even a limit of height. The height is 2.80 meters, one. And why we have to do that? It's because sometimes we have problem in checking the weight. Point number 2, sir, we already installed even CCTV over there, and then 24/7 security are on the job to check the cross weight, that it should not cross with the beyond the prescribed limit, which is 9 metric tons, sir.
Yes, Roni.
So yeah, I'd like to appreciate the efforts being taken by the PW departments. So I think the DPR is under preparation stage. Though it is not related to this question, may I ask the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, what is the status of Shillong Western Bypass? Because that is, an ongoing project. If that is expedited, I think it will go a long way in easing this, sir, this problem of using the dam as a highway.
Sir, the Shillong Western Bypass, the project is on, and I'm happy to inform the honourable members in this August House that the project will be completed as stipulated, and the progress of work is highly satisfactory, sir.
Okay. Now we move on to the next question. Question number 17, raised by Bright Starwell Marbanyang. Sri Rakhame Sangma, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Speaker, sir. Reply to question number 17, sir. So the status of the Shillong College of Engineering is detailed below. Sir, number 1, the building construction, that is academic block, administrative block, boys and girls hostel of the Shillong College of Engineering, Shillong, and completed and inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya on 16 January 2023. Sir, number 2, sir, the service connection, that is water supply, electric connection of Shillong Engineering College are in place. So number 3, the government has conveyed the approval of establishment of Shillong College of Engineering, and 55 posts were created. So number 4, the government has allowed additional director of polytechnic and Shillong Engineering College to hold additional church as principal of the Shillong College of Engineering. So number 5, government has conveyed approval of 13 existing faculty of Shillong Polytechnic who are qualified for teaching in the college. So number 6, Sir, Lord Eastern Hill Nehu sir has conveyed approval for provisional appellation for Shillong College of Engineering for a period of 3 years. Sir, number 7, Sir, on 26, 2024, Shillong Government College as Engineering has applied for All India Council of Technical approval to start 2 technical courses, that is civil engineering and electrical engineering, and subsequently to AICTE committee were held on 22nd, 1/25 and 4/2/2025. Experts from AICTE have advised the college authority to comply of some of the building deficiency in which are being addressed.
Your supplementary question, please.
May I know from the Minister in charge, Education, whether the above 55 posts created have been advertised or not? If yes, when? And if no, why?
CPS, sir. Not yet, sir.
May I know the reason?
Sir, as I have already replied, we are waiting for the approval of the AICTE first.
As you have pointed out with regards to the AICTE expert inspection, where they have pointed out some infrastructure deficiencies. So what are the infrastructure deficiencies pointed out by the expert from AICTE? Whether these deficiencies, they are major or minor in nature?
Speaker, sir, AICTE observation is about the building, some building rooms. I mean, mainly of the administrative blocks, and which are being addressed now.
Why I'm asking, because I don't know whether the government, while constructing this building, have they gone through the AICTE guidelines? Because as far as my knowledge is concerned, before building any building, whether classroom or laboratory or whatever, you have to follow certain guidelines. I just want to know whether the government, before constructing this building, have consulted or have followed the guidelines of AICTE, where they have to make some adjustment later on.
Speaker, sir, sometimes AICTE norms for infrastructure and faculty are updating every year to come up with a changing trend of technology. So in this case, the observation of the ICT is being addressed, and we are expecting to see the light of the day at the very earliest. Sir.
So finally, when can we expect this session to start after it has been inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister since 16th of January 2023? When can we expect?
Speaker sir, in fact, as a government, we want to start at the earliest possible. But as soon as when we get the approval, the permission of the AICT, we will start the academic sessions at the earliest.
Mr. Jim, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Since this subject is related to government college, engineering college, regarding Rongjeng Degree Model College, I also want to know some answer from Honorable Education Minister. May I know the reason why our teachers of Rongjeng Degree Model College are not getting salary for almost 4 months, and even principal also, he is not getting salary for 9 months. This morning he is calling me and he is complaining me. He is talking about his hardship, sir. Even he is going to college on scooty, and even his wife also not respecting him anymore. So, sir, is there any reason behind this not getting salary?
The mic, please.
Mic.
Use. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Education Minister. One more question, sir. Whether this government has sanctioned any permanent post, government post, to our degree model college for teachers? Thank you, sir.
Now we move on to next question number 18. M. Amprin Lingdo, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, reply to start question 18. A, yes, sir. B, sir, the steps taken to control the disease are as follows. 1. Farmers are being sensitized on the bud-rot disease and its control measures, including burning the affected plants, crop diversification, and good sanitation in plantation area. 2. Further, since the bud-rot disease occurs at other places as well, the Directorate of Horticulture has collaborated with the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, the Krishi Vigyan Kendras, the Meghalaya Basin Management Agency, and the Central Plantation Crop Research Institute, Kahikuchi, Assam, and Kasargod, Kerala, based on the findings, the recommendations of the experts is in an advisory leaflet with preventive and remedial measures relating to diseases to be distributed to farmers of the areca nut, and this has been prepared in Khasi Garo as well. C. So the total number of farmers affected till date at the Dadangre CNRD block is 209, at the Rongram CNRD block is 467, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank the Minister in charge of Agriculture for the reply. Since this disease is spreading like a wildfire, even in my constituency, which falls under Dadangre CNRD block, so it has devastated the farmers under my constituency. So may I know from the Minister in charge, what exactly is the cause of this disease?
So, bud rot is a fatal disease that affects the areca nut plants and is caused by the fungus called Phytophthora. It's characterized by the rotting of the growing bud and the surrounding tissues. In the diagnostic field visit conducted in Meghalaya, it reported that the symptoms were topical of Phytophthora, crown rot and bud rot. The microscopic examination of the infected tissues also confirmed the presence of the same fungus. So, in the surveys of 21-22, up to around 8 districts have been affected and approximately 1968 hectares. That means about 10% of the areca nut plantations seem to be affected by this disease.
Your next supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I know through you from the Honorable Minister in charge, can I have the exact figures of funds being spent for the sensitization programs for the farmers?
So firstly, there are three components of this scheme to compensate farmers and to encourage them and to make sure that their losses are not going to affect their entire livelihoods. So the government is providing alternatives to the affected farmers to sustain these livelihoods. Assistance of up to about 6.8 crores has already been sanctioned and distributed to about 3,005 affected farmers for plantation of alternative crops with short gestation period. Crops like banana, we've covered about 189 hectares. Crops like pineapple, sir, we've covered about 264 hectares till date. Further, sir, 5 crores is being proposed under the RKVY for the financial year 24-25 for covering more such areas to assist the distressed farmers, to ensure that their livelihoods are not going to be the cause of the destruction of their livelihood. So we are going to cover about 1,121 hectares in all of the 8 districts in the state so that we can assist the farmers. The second part, sir, an individual farmer gets to about 43,750 rupees. And this not only includes seeds, tested seeds, but it also includes pest nutrition management packages. So therefore, farmers of this generation require such exposure to training and understanding of the kind of crops that they are engaged in. So we are conducting several awareness programs. We're also training the farmers. We're giving them all kinds of tips. We have so many of these advisory documents that we send to them so that they are equipped to face this challenge of the bud rot. The biggest reason why bud rot likely has occurred is because these plantations are being left unattended, or proper scientific measures are not incorporated at the time of planting, or it is also because these plantations are very old. There's no kind of weeding that is going on. So we need to ensure that farmers get this component of training so that they are equipped to face these crises in their plantations.
Yes, Development.
Sir,
You still have.
I still have
Development,
some
please. Yes, yes, please.
May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, in the course of the reply, it has been mentioned that financial assistance is also being provided to the farmers. So, can I have the exact number of farmers who has been compensated financially in Dadingri and Rongram CNRD blocks?
So it will be difficult for me to go blockwise because the department maps the areas as per the district. So in West Garo Hills alone, 26 villages were affected, 5,001 hectares is affected, total areas is 801 hectares, total farmers engaged is about 40,100 numbers, total farmers that have been affected is about 4,500 in numbers. So, through various schemes, various farmers in West Garo Hills alone, about 2 crores 63 lakhs 37,500 has been covered. But if Honorable Speaker, I am expected to give this list, it will be difficult because it's a big number.
You can lay it on the table if required.
If required, sir.
Yes, one more question.
Yeah. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister in charge for the replies. So, last question which I would like to ask, how many farmers has been sensitized so far in those areas which I have mentioned, like Dadingri and Rongram CNRD block, and what is the success story in these two blocks of the sensitization programs?
So, Honorable Speaker, sir, we have intensified all of these awareness programs, and we've had innumerable numbers of sensitization programs. I will not be able to give the specific numbers of these kinds of programs. And there was a second part to the question, sir. May I please request the Honorable Member to repeat it? Success story. All right, thank you, sir. Success story. So, sir, bud rot is still a disease that the government and its population will be facing. It is now far more sporadic. We have sensitized the farmers on the various measures to take. Farmers are following all of those measures. There has been a slight decrease of bud rot. But the mantra here is farmers must have multiple cropping systems. Farmers should be encouraged not to go for mono farming, because mono farming keeps their entire business at risk. And of course, the Honorable Chief Minister has designed some very specific programs that will deal with all of these issues that have engulfed huge hectares of land and big numbers of plantations, sir.
Thank you. Balak Minrumbi, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this disease is, as stated by the Honorable Minister, has taken a toll on the areca nut farmer or betel nut farmers. I remember in 2008, we have a meeting with the ICR and Agriculture Department in Muktapur because it affects that area. So the reason they told that the one prescription which they told that we have to spray medicine from the top of the areca nut tree. Whether that same prescription which we have to spray on that areca nut is still valid or not.
So if you're talking about the drone technology that was experimented in the state, if the honorable member is referring to that, that is also one of the things that was done. But because of the topography of these slopes where areca nut is grown, we have not experimented further on this system. But it is not a one-step remedial. We have advised our farmers multiple remedial measures. Firstly, sir, you need to plant the right seeds. Because areca nut is not really, areca nut is something which is more traditional than a modern plantation. So most of these plantations, like I repeat myself, are very, very old, 25, 30 years. But there are other remedies also which are all technical in nature. If the honorable member should wish that I should share all these technicalities, I'm willing to do so, sir, but paucity of time, hence I would ask this honorable member whether he really wants me to go through all these steps.
So they can always place on the table of the House regarding their measure. And regarding the thing which the Honorable Minister has mentioned, that the proper sapling of plants. So I myself being a farmer, areca nut farmer, if we have seen that the seeds or the sapling which I brought from Nong Talang area, if I plant in Bernihat, it will not flower as it flowers in Nong Talang area. It changed there. And so the seeds from Bernihat or Ribhoi area, if I plant in Warjaintia, it does not flowers as the pattern there in Ribhoi. It flowers the pattern which they follows in that area. So area plays a very important role. What type of seedling or plantation which we plant. The main thing here is that how to prevent. The measures which mentioned by the Honorable Minister, I'm very happy if she placed on the table of the House. And one more thing, since
your question, please.
Since they have told that one remedy is through the spray, will the Agriculture Department provide a drone technology or a drone in each and every block, so that if there is bud rot disease in some part of the block, it could attain immediately? Will the government think about that?
So government will take necessary steps. If it means intensifying the drone mechanism, that we will do. If it means that farmers have to be encouraged to go multiple cropping, that also we're doing. Honorable Chief Minister's two very important schemes have already been placed at the disposal to address and redress such crisis that occurs in farms. We have the CM Farm Plus, we have the Assured program of the Honorable Chief Minister. These are all schemes that are there in the interests of the farmer to rescue them at the time of crisis, sir.
One last question.
Since this unending combating process for containing and control the border disease, I have personally involved in the process of containing this disease, controlling this disease in my service time. So may I request the department, since this is an airborne disease, so may I request the department to adopt one orchard and hands-hold for at least 2-3 years, we can see the outcome. of this orchard fish taken by the department to go on for demonstration and controlling this disease. May I request the department to adopt at least each orchard in every block so that we can see the outcome of controlling this disease.
So I will not debate on the technical cause of the spread of bud rot, whether it's airborne or whether it is the soil or whether it's anything else, because right now research is on, and yes, government is aware. We have already identified these plantations, and we are already on the job, sir, to ensure that we handhold all of these farmers who are affected by the bud rot disease, sir.
One question, please. Thank you, sir. Sir, Reknut plant affected all over Garo Hills and in my district also, Rishu Belpara. Honorable Minister in charge Agriculture, she is talking about compensation. So farmers they don't know how to approach to get the compensation. So what is the channel or agency that the farmer can approach for the compensation?
So, sir, there is a portal that is available for farmers, firstly to register whenever this occurs. I'm just looking for that document, sir. There's a complete procedure. Okay. So, firstly, sir, you have to access this Meghalaya 1 portal. Then you need to register. Then we have what we call farmer aggregators. We have already identified farmer aggregators at all parts of the state. Farmers must have the few documents, any one of the following. You need either a PDS or a ration card. You need an election photo ID card. You need either an MHIS or the MGN REGA job card. So we have to then handhold these, the aggregators will handhold these farmers and complete the registration form. Then you upload the necessary documents. You will receive a member ID, and then there is a procedure there which will handhold the aggregator and the farmer to move forward in the website, and then after which you apply for that, and then the farmers wait, and the department, we have the various district committees that have already been placed and put in operation, and then they will apply, there will be an inspection, and then if everything is satisfactory, evaluations are made at the correct mode, a DBT will occur, and the funds go directly to the farmer's account.
Okay, now we move on to the next question. Next question, question number 19. Sri Sumam Langdar, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to star question number 19. Sir, the amount has not been utilized so far.
Dilbert, your supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to know, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Minister had made a clear reply. A clear reply. So I would like to know, since when this amount had made a sanction, and also I would like to know, is there any timeline which has been fixed by the authority of
Railway or the Government of India?
Mr. Speaker, sir, amount is sanctioned. It was on 30th March 2017, and yes, the project is delayed because of the reason due to the opposed by the local people and due to non-availability of land, and that is one of the reasons. So till today, the project is cannot go ahead. That is one of the reasons. And also the main reason also even till today we haven't received any NOC from this council, so therefore cannot move ahead. Now the project is completely held for the time being. That is why the amount is remain with DC or Deputy Commissioner in Ribhoi districts. There is no timeline, but at least during that time when the project is sanctioned in 2010, so because of the reason that due to the opposition from the local peoples, the project stands still till today.
May I get a clarity, Honorable Minister? You have said that this amount has been sanctioned 2010, way back 2010.
17.
Or 2017. Okay. So, so to get clarity and also to highlight the people of the state, because everyone are very much concerned about this very project. So I would like to know what is the criteria or the requirement which need to fulfill by the state of government, by the government of Meghalaya to avail this sanction amount of rupees 200 crores.
There is no criteria, Mr. Speaker, sir. The thing is that after the sanctions, we need to acquire the lands for land acquisition. This money is for land acquisition. So only when the land acquisition is complete, only then we can prepare the DPR, so we can go ahead with the project. So that is because of the land is unavailable. That is why the amount for the acquisition is still lying with the DC of the Ribhoi district.
I would like to get more clarification, Honorable Minister. It is highly impossible to accept the fact that without having any negotiation, so we just want to get a clear, a clear picture. So to get a clear picture, what is maybe the secret negotiation by the state government of Meghalaya with the government of India to avail such an amount? Because I don't think so the government of India will give a huge 200 crores without having any negotiation behind. Please.
Sir, I just want to supplement to the replies being given by the Honorable Deputy CM. Sir, it's actually very simple. There's nothing complicated. There is no secret talk, nothing. This money was given to the state government to acquire the land required for the railways. So it is for land acquisition. And that is amounting to 209 crores and 37 lakhs. The money was placed with the DC on the 30th of March 2017. So the purpose of this money was for the land acquisition, which could not take place because of local resistance. And as we have clarified many times in the press and to the people, that we would like to carry the people along with us in a very important decision like this. And hence, since there has been a delay, the money is lying unutilized. So it's not meant for construction or for any kind of development. It is for the first and basic purpose of land acquisition. So that's as simple as that, sir. And since we could not acquire the land, the money is unutilized, lying unutilized. And we have received a letter from the railways, from the Northeast Frontier Railways on the 17th of December 2024, asking us to refund the amount since it has not been utilized now for the past almost 7 to 8 years. As simple as that, sir.
Thank you for the reply, Honorable Chief Minister. I would like to know, since the time 2017 has been allotted this sanction. So may I know how much you had put on the forward to acquire land? So far, how much land had been acquired? Has been acquired here?
So no land has been acquired. That's the whole point, sir. Because as I said, there is a very strong resistance. We have been speaking to many stakeholders, officially, unofficially, discussing this. But since it is a very sensitive matter, hence government did not go ahead with any land acquisition. The money is lying with the DC. The entire amount is intact. And as I said, now the government of India has asked us to refund the money.
Before conclude with this subject, since it is a sensitive issue, when will we get again this opportunity? Honorable Chief Minister, concern Honorable Minister who are in charge with this very subject. So I would like to know, according to the objective, what is the plan, what is your, the plan from the government, right from before receiving this amount? I firmly believe that there must be strong negotiation, but just to get a clarity from Honorable Minister, whether the proposed objective, whether it is for goods train or for a passenger train.
Sir, I'll like to further clarify, and since it's a subject matter that is beyond simply transport department and it requires political department also to be there, so I take this opportunity to stand and to reply to these concerns. So the point mentioned by the honorable member is important. We have been talking in multiple forums about this, and in principle, so there is a resistance to the laying of tracks itself as of now, whether it's for goods train or whether it's for passenger train, more so for the passenger train than for the goods train. But the overall resistance, as I said, is there for the tracks as a whole. And hence, sir, it's more, I guess, holistic in that nature. And therefore, it is not possible for us to be able to move forward. And as I said, that we are very sensitive to this entire matter. We would like to carry the people along, especially on an issue like this. And that is why, sir, this has been taking time. I have been discussing, as I said, with the central government. I have met the minister in multiple occasions, and every time there has been pressure on our government to move this forward. And as I said, in the last meeting I had, the minister has hinted towards not moving ahead into the project and asking for the funds to be returned back. So therefore, so this is the critical situation that we are in right now. And to answer very briefly, whether it is goods train or passenger train, right now there is a resistance towards the general laying of tracks, railway tracks in the state, sir.
Sir, just one more.
You have exceeded 5 questions.
Five already, no?
Yes.
One more. I hope this is the last question with this, with the day. Okay. So since the Honorable Minister had made a clarification, so like suppose now if we cannot go ahead with this project, so the government is firm to return back the money. That is one point. So second point, whether the state government still actively continue, considering bringing this very project. I would like to get a clarification.
Sir, again, as I said, since this is linked with transport as well as political, I will reply to this. Sir, as a state government, we have strongly felt that there is a need for the railways from the economic perspective of transportation of goods. And it is something that would ease the overall transportation of different products into the state and out of the state. So, sir, the project is important for us. And as a state, it is going to lead to more economic development. It is going to allow the prices of products to be better in terms of the products coming in as well as the product going out, because transportation and logistics will become much more better for us. So therefore, there is no doubt that when it comes to goods, this is something that is good for us. It will reduce the overall logistics cost, and it will benefit the masses and the business people in the state, our local entrepreneurs who are producing local products. And even during crisis times like the COVID, where we had to really rely on a lot of transportation from bordering states through trucks, if the lines had been there, we would be able to bring in a large number of products straight through the railway into our state. So therefore, sir,
the question hour is over. Now we come to item number 2. There is a call attention notice laid by Sri Livingstone Karpran, MLA, to call the attention of the Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Home Police, under Rule 54.1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in Maupor, dated 12 November 2024, under the caption Jar Ngai Uba Kastarbok Kharbuli Na Ing Sa Ha Songkan Sorenkham Maukanro. Sri Livingstone Karpran, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I rise today to call the attention of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of Home Department, according to 54.1 of the Rules of the Procedure and Conduct of Business of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, to bring the attention of this August House on a matter of significant importance concerning the newspaper report published in local newspaper Maupor on the 12th November 2024, which stated Jarngai Uba Kasabok Kharbuli Najing Star Nasorangkam. So Mr. Kasabok Kharbuli is the resident of Sorangkam, age 45. He has been missing since 1st November 2024 at around 8:30 morning. So he is 5 feet tall, dark complexion, and mentally unstable. According to the eyewitnesses, he was seen last wearing blue jacket, tracksuit with white slippers. The Superintendent of Police that time, Sri S. Tongtinger, has circulated the news through media outlets to trace about his whereabouts. So, and so he has given the number in the control room and so to report to the in charge of Sorokam Police Outpost. So, despite a passage of several months, 4 months more, still there is no information on his whereabouts. This has caused immense distress and worry to his family and also the entire village community. Sir, this prolonged disappearance raises serious concerns about the public safety and also the efficiency of the investigative mechanism. This lack of progress in this case has added the suffering to his family and also creates fear among the people. So I would like to make some submission to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister to take immediate and decisive actions by ensuring intensified and high priority investigation into the case by involving specialized team. So far, sir, there's no information about his whereabouts. This is not the only case. So many cases of missing person are there, but the government has failed to trace the missing person. Number 2, sir, I request government to deploy modern tracking and surveillance measures to trace any possible leads. Number 3, I request the government to involve committee participation by offering incentive or reward for the information. Lastly, sir, I would like to request the government that they should not leave this case unsolved, but try to provide
the periodic updates to the family. Sir, for this case, I want justice, and it is the duty and responsibility of the government to protect the citizen, and this should not be left unsolved, sir. So I sincerely request the Deputy Chief Minister to take the matter seriously and to locate Mr. Kharbuli and bring some hope to the family. Thank you, sir. Submit.
Deputy Chief Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I take this opportunity to thank the honourable member of this August House, Sri Havingstone Kharpran MLA Maurukneng constituency, for tabling this calling attention motion under Rule 51(1) of the Procedure and Conduct of Business under the caption Jarangai Ubak Kasta Bok Kharbuli Naying Sa Hasorang Kham Mokunro. Sir, on the 3rd November 2024, Shri Kro Lester Kharbuli lodged a missing person report stating that his brother Shri Kasta Bok Kharbuli, aged 45 years, son of late T. Khapran, a resident of Sorang Kham, Lulong, Mau Kro Ru, East Khasils District, Meghalaya, and a mentally challenged individual had been missing from his residence since 8:30 a.m. on 1st November 2024. Sir, upon receiving the missing report on 3rd November 2024, the police at Sorang Kham outpost immediately launched an inquiry and search operation. A preliminary investigation was conducted and an alert message was issued to all officers in charge and in charges of police stations, outposts and beat houses across Meghalaya and Assam to trace and detain the missing person if found. Sir, a hue and cry notice was issued on 11 November 2024, and the Special Superintendent of Police CID Meghalaya also circulated a lookout notice to the Director General of Police of all states, Commissioners of Police, New Delhi and Chandigarh, Inspectors Generals of Police of Lakshadweep, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu, Ladakh, and Superintendent of Police in all districts of Meghalaya. Sir, despite all these efforts, Sri Kasta Bok Kharbuli has not yet been located, and the case is still under active inquiry. Efforts are being actively initiated to locate the missing individual with coordinated search and investigation operations. Sir, search and rescue teams are working together to cover all possible locations where the person may be found and are following up on any potential leads that may assist in determining the whereabouts of Sri Kasta Bok Kharbuli. Sir, the issues raised by the honourable member from Maurangkadeng constituency, we from the police department leave no stone unturned to make sure that the missing person is located at the earliest possible, and we will not sleep at all till the clarity is found. So, sir, with these few words, I once again take this opportunity to thank the honourable member of this August House for bringing the calling attention notice under Rule 54(1). Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Havingstone Kharpran, you may seek one clarification. Please.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Minister, sir, for the reply. And just one request, if possible, sir, the search should be continued even today.
Yes, sir.
Now we come to item number 3, motions. But the mover of the motion is not here. The special motion, the mover is absent. So we take up motion number 1. Sri Meralbon CM MLA may kindly move the motion that this House do now discuss the ways forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructures, as well as to allocate more funds under Interstate Border Area Development Program in the state, and also to pursue with central government for re-implementation of Border Area Development Program. Sri Merelbon CM, MLA, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to move that this House do now discuss the ways forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructure as well as to allocate more funds under Interstate Border Area Development Program, ISBADP, in the state, and also to pursue with central government for re-implementation of Border Area Development Program.
Motion moved. You may now initiate discussion. I would also like to know how many members will participate so as to allocate time. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. At the very outset, I would like to bring to the notice of the House through you, Honorable Deputy or Honorable Speaker, sir, that the program that has been launched in 2011, that is the Interstate Border Area Development Program. It is one of the programs that has been designed in such a way to address the issues faced by the villages residing in the border areas with the neighboring state Assam in respect of Interstate Border Area Development Program, as well as with regard to the Border Area Development Program, which has been started to address the issues with regards to the villages residing in the international border with Bangladesh. Sir, when we talk about infrastructure and other basic amenities that our villages are facing, there are multiple challenges, multiple issues, but despite of all this, I'm not wrong to say that those villages which are very much there, issues like encroachment in the border areas, be it especially in the interstate border area, as well as at the international border areas where fencing has been done. Despite of all this, issues is always there. With regards to the villages under the bordering with our neighboring state Assam, under my constituency, there are almost 35 villages. It may increase in days to come as new villages is coming up. We have seen increasing of villages in different areas also, and the hardship and the difficulties that they are facing in successive years since the inception of our state. We cannot forget the fact that our forefathers who have built our state, they have designed, they have led from the front, so that our state, we have come up to this level we are here today. Despite of all those challenges, we have seen merit, demerit are always there at the time of framing various legislation by the state and the central government, even though we are not losing hope, especially with the initiative that has been taken in the past, as well as initiative that has been taken presently also. Sir, with regard to the issues, different scheme has been sanctioned by the central and the state government in successive years through successive government. Despite of all this, fund through SRWP, through CMSDF, also is being earmarked and allocated in these various villages for developmental activities. Still, we have seen with the present setup, especially in the interstate border area, where the border talk also has started. It is for the first time. I'm not saying that before talk has not happened. It has happened in the past also. But strong initiative and bold decision has been taken in the MDA-1 government and in the MDA-2 government, where the second phase of talk will start very soon to address this issue, as well as to streamline and to see at the ground what is really need to be done. So with regard to this very particular program that has been designed and introduced in 2011, the Interstate Border Area Development Program, where its aim and objective, as I have said in my opening remark, is providing facilities for the socio-economic development of the people who are living in the interstate border area with Assam. And it is a program that has been designed to bridge the gap and meeting the immediate needs of the people residing in those areas. So, with regard to the implementation of the scheme, there are financial year, there are budget provision that has been earmarked in this particular project. For example, in the recent budget provision in the year 2024-25, the budget provision that has been earmarked is 14.99 crore, where the state level screening committee has approved and the e-proposal has been sent to the Planning and Finance Department for a formal approval and sanction. This is awaited till now. Why I'm raising this issue, sir, is that in the year 2023-24, where the budget provision has been earmarked for not less than 25 crore, subject to verification. And at the time when it was sent to the Finance Department for the final approval and sanction, the whole amount was not sanctioned, where the proposal that has been sent by respective district and passed by the state level screening committee cannot be fulfilled, and the dream and aspiration of the people in border area where it cannot be met as required. So my point here is that the government will look into how to ensure that the budget provision that has been earmarked, it will be sanctioned accordingly for the implementation of various program and projects at the village level.
because we understand as the aim and objective of this program as clearly stated to bridge the gap and to meet the immediate needs of the people apart from other scheme and project that has been earmarked through the central, the state, or different scheme like SRWP, CMSDF, and other scheme also. That's why, sir, if the budget provision can be increased as well as at the same time, I would like to request to the Honorable Chief Minister in charge of Finance that the Finance Department as well as the Planning Department, they will clear all the project and the scheme that has been proposed under the fund that has been earmarked in the budget, so that we can address few issues like the infrastructure project like road, bridges to enhance accessibility, trade, transportation in different villages along the interstate border area. Also, sir, to address the issue of socio-economic development schemes at the time when we propose at the district level through different departments, as well as we as elected representatives, as members, we concentrate more on education, healthcare, skill development, employment generation, and poverty alleviation. Also, sir, we understand that when we enhance the budget allocation, as well as earmark the same and sanction through the Finance Department, we understand there is a sense of security within the people of the villages residing in border area. It will boost the morale of the people in those areas and the villages, and it will enhance the security of the people by improving all those infrastructure, communication network, and basic needs of the people at large. As well as, it will also boost the tourism sector also, where different initiatives, nowadays we have seen different villages and area along the interstate border area in which they have a beautiful waterfalls or rivers or stream or valley and mountain which can convert into a tourist spot in days to come to uplift the economic activities and the livelihood of the people at large. Also, sir, it will also encourage cultural exchange and integration. Development program can foster the intermingling of the people from both sides, different communities. It will bring closeness to each other. The scheme may include initiative to preserve and promote cultural heritage, local culture, and others. Also, sir, by enhancing the budget provision within this program, we understand that it will also protect and conserve natural resources and environment. This may include measures for forest conservation, wildlife protection, and sustainability of the people who are living in those areas. Also, sir, with regard to the scheme, Border Area Development Program, funded by the central government prior to 2015-16, where it is 100% central sponsored scheme with regards to different infrastructure needs at the
villages residing along the international border of Bangladesh. And after 2015-16, where the fund pattern is on a ratio 90-10 between the central and the state government. This also need to be looked into because it has been held for a few years. We urge the government, to the Honorable Chief Minister, to the concerned minister, to initiate with the central government for re-implementation of this program, because we understand when it is stopped or halt for some time due to multiple reasons, it will greatly affect the ongoing project as well as the proposed project that is in mind with the villages, with the elected legislator, with the department for implementation for the infrastructure in these particular villages. So my point through this motion, sir, is that we urge and request and humbly request the government through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, for number one is to increase the budget provision within this program, Interstate Border Area Development Program, in days to come, so that it will address the needs of the people at the border area, especially to address with regards to school, with regards to water supply, bridge, road, motorable road, footpath, etc. As well as with a special request that whatever the amount that has been earmarked in the budget provision, it will be sanctioned, the same will be sanctioned through the finance department. Also, sir, number two is that to strengthen the technical wing of the border area development department within the state, so that it could cater, it will have the manpower, the border area development officer, the BADO, the engineers, the ASTAN engineer, the JEs, and other supporting staff, especially in the field, so that we'll have a speedy preparation for estimate, because we have faced in the past that it takes some time, it takes a lot of time for the preparation of estimate also if we don't have a sufficient strength of manpower. So we urge through you, Deputy Speaker, sir, to the concerned department, to the finance department, to look into for strengthening the technical wing, the supporting staff for the smooth functioning, for the implementation of these two important programs within a state. Sir, this is the point that I would like to raise through this motion, and I hope that the government, the Honorable Chief Minister, the Honorable Minister, and all concerned, they will take note and to address this issue as soon as possible for the benefit of the people at large. Thank you, sir. I would like to resume my seat.
Thank you. As we have many motions brought by many other members, we would like to cover all these motions listed for today. So I would like to limit the time for the participant for 10 minutes. So each participant will get 10 minutes. So Balajit Sundram, you may take the floor now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. I'd like to support this motion raised by a mover, Meryl Bonds aim. This House do now discuss the ways forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructures, as well as to allocate more funds under Interstate Border Areas Development Program in the state, and also to pursue with central government for re-implementation of border area Development Program. So from my end, I'd like to highlight the points in relation to the Border Area Development Program, which extends to the areas bordering Bangladesh. See, first and foremost, this program has helped balance the socio-economic activities, especially in the villages bordering Bangladesh. But in 2021, the program was halted for some reason, and subsequently we were able to get some aid by the state government. And when you look in constituencies like Shela and Mausanram, we are lucky enough that we have this SPVS, Special Purpose Vehicle, wherein we could also utilize the funds from SPV to get some help to these villages which are affected by this program. So subsequently, when we look into the development, because we understand as a government, there are many projects which the state and the central provides to the people. Manrega schemes gives that kind of aid, but it's limited to a certain conditions. Now, with the help of this border area scheme, we can also bridge the gaps wherein the other projects cannot touch. So to say, this program also helps to bring the sense of ownership in the villages, along with the works which we receive via the SRWP and other schemes. So what really happened is right now, most of the officers who are posted in the blocks, there's BADOs, or right now they're just sitting with no work. The officers who are also there, along with them, they're just sitting idle. And subsequently, sir, when you look into the other programs which we get from this border area, like scholarships, for past 3 or 4 years, students have been coming to us for recommendation for scholarships under this border area development program, but till date, no news as to whether they have received the scholarship or not. So when we look at this trend of what's really happening with the center and the state, we look into the accounts of SSA. Initially, government of India will sponsor the schemes, and then suddenly they take a break, and the burden falls on the state government. So now, even with this same program, I think the same issues are rising. And we have requested our Honorable Chief Minister to kindly look into this so that interstate border area program, as well as international, we will get some clarity as to whether we are receiving this scheme again or not. Now, in the past 2 years, Government of India has launched this new program. It's called a Vibrant Village Program, 2023. But this program has been allocated only in states in northern India and one state in eastern India, that is Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. Maybe the government of the day, if we can have again some discussion with the central government as to whether we are getting this BADP program or not, or whether can we avail this Vibrant Village Program. I understand, sir, Honorable Minister, his constituency is also near the border of Bangladesh, and he also knows the difficulties and the needs when we get this program. And so to say, as what Admiral Bond has said just now, in the last year, many of the MLAs who are residing in the border areas, be it state or international, we had submitted some proposals. And we were hopeful at that point of time
because there was a circular in the department to each and every MLA to kindly submit those proposals. And we have done it. But for some reason, only a portion of that fund has been allocated to the constituencies concerned. And therefore, my request to the state government, especially to Honorable Chief Minister, if he can have if a state government can have a discussion with the center as to whether or not we're getting this program, or we'll move into another program which the central government has launched in 2023, which is the Vibrant Village program. So with this submission, sir, I'd like to resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Nozor Kushing, honorable member, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I would also like to rise and take part in the motion that was brought by the Honorable MLA from Nongpo, Shri Miral Bonsim. On the motion that this House do now discuss the way forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructure, as well as to allocate more funds under Interstate Border Area Development Program in the state, and also to pursue with the central government for re-implementation of Border Area Development Program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as we are all aware that interstate border dispute is one of the very long pending and unresolved issue till date, sir. And going by the record, sir, it seems that the interstate border dispute is more complicated than the international border, sir. Because as per the record, we can clearly see that most of the border dispute that is happening, that was brought to this August House, it was very much related to the interstate border dispute. So for this very reason, sir, I said that interstate border dispute is more complicated than international border. So I would like to bring again to the notice of this House, sir, as I've mentioned earlier in the previous session, previous year, that in Block 1 area, there are around 36 number of villages. And in this 32 number of villages, all the villagers who reside in this 36 number of villages are Panar people, sir. They are very much our brothers and sisters. And even we share the same title, sir. Because most of the people in Block 1, their title are very much similar, and it belongs to the same with other parts of the Panar people in Jaintia Hills. Their titles such as Thayang, Semayang, Merten, Lamare, and etc. sir. And as I have mentioned earlier, sir, interestingly, even the nomenclature, the name of the river, lake, trees, all are in Panar dialect only, sir. So from this very point of view, it clearly shows that Block 1 is very much a part and parcel of Jaintia Hills district, sir. I've been to this part of Block 1 so many times, sir. And especially very recently, I've been to this part of Block 1 where it was known as Labang Nong Pelot area. And in this part of Block 1 area, sir, there are not less than 9 number of villages. And in these 9 villages, all the inhabitants are Panar people, sir.
But whenever I reach this part of Block 1, it really pains to see me, sir, the hardship, the suffering that these people in Labang Nang Pulut area, they are facing till date, sir. Whenever I reach Labang Nang Pulut, as if I feel that we are traveling back in time, sir. It is like traveling back to 1970s, sir, where all the houses in the village are covered with grass. There is no road, there is no drinking water, there is no electricity, there is no healthcare center. Nothing at all, sir. As if it was exactly just like in those 1970s, sir. In all these 9 villages that were there in Labang Nang Pulut, I've been to all of them, sir. And in each and every villages, suppose in a village of 30 to 50 number of households, in that particular village, maximum the number of households who get to cover their roof with CGI sheet, we can see only in 1 or 2 number of households. Whereas the rest, all of their rooftop were covered with grass. And also, sir, it is sad to know from my interaction with those local people, sir, with those local villagers. When I reach this part of Block 1, I used to discuss with them, how many years have your village been in existing? And interestingly, sir, their reply was that their village were there for not less than 100 years. Not less than 100 years, their village has been there in those particular places, sir. But it is sad to know that despite being there for 100 years, in each and every villages, when we check the statistic of their household, their number is only 30 up to 60 maximum number of households in this part of Labang Nang Pulut area, sir. When I ask, what is the reason why your population keep on declining? Is it because the people from your village migrate to some other part of the district or migrate to some other villages? The answer I got from them, there is no migration at all, sir. The reason why that population keep on declining, it's all because of the very high death rate that they have experienced for the last 4 to 5 decades, sir. Recently, I've been to one village where there is one church program, when one small gathering, sir. So I went along with some pastor. So while discussing with this pastor, he was posted there for two years now. So he was tasked with the church to baptize, to give services, to look after those people. And it really pains to hear the story, sir, that he told me the death rate, especially of the young children, it is very high in those part of Block 1 area, sir. He told me a story once that there's one young girl, age about 3 to 4 years. He baptized that girl on a Friday night, sir. And there is no problem at all. She was physically fit, as if nothing happened. But it is sad to know that, as per his information, she was baptized on Friday, but the very next Sunday, just after 2 days, she passed away without any kind of ailment or any kind of disease in her body, sir. So these were the conditions that the people in Labang Nang Pulut are experiencing as of now, sir. As I've mentioned earlier, sir.
Honorable member, your allotted time is going to be up, so kindly wind up.
I'll not take much time, sir.
Others also will participate and they will need the time.
Okay, sir. So as I've mentioned earlier, sir, in this part of Block 1 area, there is no road, no electricity, no school, no nothing at all, sir. And even in other part of Block 1 area, the main problem that those people are facing as of now is the road sector, sir. Because most of the road that were there in Block 1 area, it's only possible only during winter time, sir. Once the summer time comes, that means they cannot travel, they cannot ply the road. That is one of the major problems that those people in Block 1 area are facing as of now. So, my suggestion is that, sir, I would like to request upon the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, since the time is very much constrained. So I'll come straight to the point, sir. I would like to request upon the Honorable CM as of now. My first request is to kindly allot some more fund for the interstate border developmental program, sir. Last year, as our Honorable MLA from Sheila has already mentioned, we have already got a budget.
Please wind up.
25 crore, but it was cut down only to 5 crore, sir. And point number 2, sir, what I would like to suggest through the Honorable CM and also through the Honorable Minister in charge of border, sir, I would like to request, if possible, to kindly ease the guideline in the implementation process of the border scheme, sir. Because whenever we put some proposal, we are made to follow guideline which is very much against the need of those people residing in Block 1. Say this percentage has to go for infrastructure. This percentage has to go for other activities. So I would like to request to kindly ease the guidelines so that the Honorable MLA who resides in those particular area, he knows better what are the people needs. So that's why, sir, I would like to request upon the Honorable Minister and Honorable Chief Minister to kindly look, if there is possibility, to kindly ease the guideline for implementation of the interstate border program. With this very few words, sir, once again I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May I request Arden Basumai, honorable member, to participate?
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to associate myself with the mover of this motion that this House do now discuss the ways forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructures as well as to allocate more funds on the interstate border areas development program in the state and also to pursue with central government for re-implementation of border area development program, BADP. So I feel that when we discuss about this issue, it will only confined in those border areas where we don't have problem. So I would like to dwell more on those areas where we have problems, disputes with the counterpart Assam. So when we hear what we discuss in this August House, and some of the members have expressed that this government has been able to solve some issues in the border areas. And that is what the ruling party can see and look at it. But what we see and what we take it, the ruling party can take it as a solution, and what we see and what we take from our side, it is not a solution. We take it as a sellout, considering the feeling of the people living in those areas. So I've been traveling across the length and breadth of our state, especially Khasi Jaintia region. And yesterday, in fact, I wanted to speak on this issue. I fail to understand why this very important issue failed to find a place in the address of the governor. I don't know whether the government feels that this issue is no longer there, or maybe the government is not serious at all with the problem of the people living in the border areas. Before we discuss about the development and the facilities to be given in the border areas, first we need to understand that without a cordial atmosphere in the border areas, we will not be able to take developments into these areas. Because the Assam government every time will not allow the state government of Meghalaya to carry out developmental activities. And what is happening now? Harassment is still going on. It seems that there is a well-orchestrated plan on the part of the government of Assam how to drive our people away from these border areas or make them succumb to the pressure. Today, people living in the border areas, they have to pay tax to Assam government. And now, areas like Lapangat, they were asked to register the land with the Karbi Anglong district. These are the pressure that the people are facing in the border areas. So what I feel is that if the government of Assam is not adhere to the agreement, because if the government of Assam can carry out developmental activities in our areas and not allowing us to do the same, so I feel we need to review and relook into the agreement. So I was told by the people living in the Langpi area, there was an agreement between the government of Meghalaya and Assam that there should be no new settlements of Nepalese into Langpi area. But the Assam government did not pay any respect to that agreement. Till today, there's a new settlers coming from the Nepali community, and they keep on harassing, they are snatching away the land of all people living in the Langpi area. So, sir, I feel that the government needs to reconsider its decision vis-a-vis the problem with the Assam counterpart. I don't see that the Assam government is respecting us. In fact, what I could see on the ground is that the Assam government is more emboldened in these days. And just last month, they have brought JCBs up to Khanduli to dig the road in Khanduli. And that has been stopped by the people. So this situation in many border areas is still so tense, sir, and I'm sure that with a spark, one day the maybe unfortunate incident could take place again, like what happened in Mukro area. So, sir, I really feel that the government should review and relook and should also take stock of the ground reality. Sitting in Secretariat and in Shillong will not help. So if we go to the ground zero, sir, you will get the correct information from the people. I could see when I look at the face of those people living in these, they are full of fear, sir. They could not even speak freely because they are scared. So, which is why a decision recently during this MDC election in Mukro, where they decided to boycott the election, the MDC election, because of the failure of the government to bring security. So first, I feel that before we discuss any activities or any development in the border areas, especially in these disputed areas or the areas that has problem, we need to develop a sense of security in the minds of the people. We need to ensure that the people are feeling safe and feeling secure and are protected. When you go to Mukro area, you will really feel, ashamed as members of this August House, sir. When you look at the police station, police outpost of the Assam government, they are there in a well-constructed building. And when you look at our police personnel, you'll find they are occupying a makeshift tent with few police personnel only. So how do we expect that the local people will feel safe when they see that the number of personnel in the border area is too less comparing to the Assam counterpart? So, sir, I will not take much of the time, but I would really and sincerely urge, because I associate myself also with the sentiments of the people living in the border areas. Though I have been raising this issue many a time in this August House, I just wonder when I will face a situation that I will not need to raise this issue again in this August House. But sir, after 53 years of our statehood, we are still discussing the same, and we cannot, bring a sense of security in the minds of the people where the people are living in fear. So I think we have done great injustice to the people living in the border area, sir. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat.
Thank you. May I request Honorable Member Rupert Movement to take part?
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to participate. This House do now discuss the ways forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructure, as well as to allocate more funds under interested border areas development program in the state, and also to pursue with central government for re-implementation of border area development program. Sir, brought by Sri Meralbon Sim, Honorable MLA from Nungpo. Sir, I have a very few issues, and there is two border area, two category. One is international border, and other one is interstate border. So I'll be dwelling on interstate border. That also will focus on North Garo Hills district as well as West Garo Hills and some part of West Khasi Hills also, sir. Sir, our district share very long interstate border, almost 100 kilometers minus and plus, and touching Bajing Doba. In North Garo Hills, we have 4 constituencies, that is Bajing Doba, Reshu Belpara, and Mendipatar and Karkuta. So there are lots of issues with regard transportation, that is road communication, and some parts are like socio-economic condition. Sir, in regard with the road, we don't have border road connecting with one constituency to another, especially Karkuta with Mendipatar and Reshu. Sir, we are using Assam Road, that is National Highway 37, to enter to our Karkuta. From Shillong to Karkuta, we have to travel with the Assam Road, and we have to enter to Meghalaya side to Adokre, that is 12 kilometers. And from Adokre, again we have to come back to Assam and enter Karkuta, Bajengdoba, Rishu Belpara, as well as Mendipatar. And since we don't have our own road, yes, in the free time, in peace time, nobody cares about road. But the time of crisis, like COVID-19 and ethnic crisis, we are nowhere, because there is no connecting link with one constituency to another. So my focus is, if we have road connecting with West Khasi Hills and Garo Hills region, that will be great help for the people, those who are residing in the interstate border. So we have now one big major bridge which is connected with Mendipatar and Karkuta, and from Karkuta to Malangkona, that is West Khasi Hills. If these bridges and roads is completed, then it will be easy for us during the time of crisis like Assam Ban and other crises. We can have easy access to one place to another. It happens during 2011, there was an ethnic crisis with Garos and Rapas in Assam. It was one incident. There was a marriage party and some argument was there. Ultimately, it broke out with an ethnic crisis. That ethnic crisis is the lesson for us. And through that crisis, we are learning that we should have our own road connecting with Williamnagar, Tura, and Shillong. Sir, we have in Meghalaya, we have a railway station. That railway station now start coming goods train. If we want to transport our goods to other parts of the country, from Rongjeng, from Williamnagar, or from Nongstoin, then we have to enter to Assam and we have to go to railway station. That connection road is about 15 or 20 kilometers from Dainadubi to Mendipatar. That 20 kilometers is lots of hurdle for the transporter because we have to go via Assam. But if we have our own road, yes, there is a road connecting from Damas to Dainadubi, but that road has to be widened. Why I'm raising this question is, sir, that we have our own resources and we have our own railway station. If we can make use of it, it will be great help to our youth. Transporting raw material like forest product and agriculture product, even the coal also, if we have transported through railway, it will generate lots of income for the state government as well as for the job for the youth. That will be giving us a boost income generation through this railway. Sir, we have a very important hill like Kwasi Hills. During the time of crisis, timber mafia, they cut down all the trees. Now that hill is nothing left, just the bushes. It was the forest department that looked after that one, and some part of this hill was owned by the community, and lots of timber are there, but now the hill is left nothing but the bushes. So the forest department and state, if we can upforest that important hill track and the road is constructed, that it will be good for us, for the department, as well as creating some job for the youth in future. Sir, regarding one bridge in Assam Meghalaya border, there is a timber bridge that is connected with Assam and Meghalaya. When our Honorable Chief Minister visited to Karkuta, some group of community, they complained about this bridge. It was a very important road connecting with Assam and Meghalaya. And the Honorable Chief Minister, he gave a word to take care of that particular road, particular timber bridge. Then I asked the department to make an estimate, and I engaged one contractor. The file is with the department and it's still lying for the past 1 year. The bridge has already constructed, repaired, and people are using now. Sir, there are many more issues. Those who are residing in the border area, that one part is to Assam, one part is to Meghalaya, and they are crying that which area, which state we are going to put our feet. And every day the issue is come up that we don't have election identity card. The facility that we supposed to get is not getting from Assam side and Meghalaya side, and they are utterly crying, and their issue is so much that we as a representative, we don't have any idea how to solve it. Place like Kasumari, place like Pinchimari, and the premier village like Santipur and Nisangram, which is a premier Garo villages, they are under the Assam now. And all of them, they are looking that when this issue will solve. So there are so many issues, but the constraint of time, I resume my seat. Thank you once again.
Thank you. May I request Charles Marangar to take the floor, please. Oh, Redictor Pongkar, I mean. Redictor. Please be brief.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate on the motion moved by Sri Mirabon's aim to allow this House to discuss about the developmental need in the border area. Sir, I got the opportunity to lead the regional committee as the chairman to settle the border dispute in West Khasi Hills. I understand, sir, and I agree 100% that there is need to develop the border areas. I beg to differ with others members if they understand that it is not required to develop border areas. But sir, I just want to tell this House that when we go to settle, to determine this area falls under Assam or under Meghalaya, one of the criteria we see is the developmental activities that happen in that area. We look at the school, whether this school built by Assam or by Meghalaya. We look at the road, whether this road constructed by Assam or by Meghalaya. We look at the footpath, whether the footpath has been constructed by Assam or Meghalaya. Then we decide whether this area, whether this village should fall under Assam or under Meghalaya. So I stand here, sir, to say that it is really very, very important to bring development in the border area, in the interstate border area. Sir, especially the road connectivity, it's so important in those areas. Why I say so? Especially in those areas where we have settled, where the border has been settled between Assam and Meghalaya, we need to build road immediately in those areas, sir. Why I say so, sir? Because you see the population, our population in those areas are thinly populated. Very few people are staying in those areas. Whereas we have very nearby to us, Assam, which they are having thickly populated in those areas nearby. And it is tempting every day to encroach to Meghalaya even though we have settled. That's why it's very, very important if we build road in those 6 settled areas of difference for which we have settled with Assam under that MOU, sir. It is very, very important to build a road so that the road that we are going to construct will determine that this side, it will be permanently Meghalaya, and that side will be permanently Assam, and there will be no more encroachment, sir. But if we don't have road construction, then it's tempting always from Assam to come to encroach Meghalaya. Sir, of course, we have discussed the need to develop at the interstate border. But I want to also to put a special mention on the interstate border, on the international borders, which is very, very important also to develop. We know the facts are that before 2018, the government of India, they allowed to develop the villages within 20 kilometers from the border. But from 2018 onwards, if I'm not mistaken, the development in border area has been allowed only those villages within 10 kilometers. And this has affected many, many places, many, many constituencies. I want to tell you, sir, in my constituency, around 15 villages, those who have got border area development fund before, now they are not getting anymore. And because of this order from the ministry, we are facing problem. Those 15 villages who have seen always the border area development, they do not see border area development anymore now. And they do not know anything. They are blaming this government, sir. This is the problem. So I want to request the government, and especially our Honorable Chief Minister, if he can write a letter to the ministry to allow to develop those villages within 20 kilometers. Because you see, sir, the fact of the matter is like this. When I didn't get from before, I will have no problem. But when I have the habit of getting good things, and then immediately somebody taken away the good thing that I have enjoyed before, so this causes problem to everybody. The same way, sir, if we have committed our standard of living, if we have committed to eat meat every day, and if we don't get meat anymore, we will miss very badly. Same way, sir, all those 15 villages in my constituency who get border area development before, and they are not getting now, they felt that they have been left from the border area development, and they feel very bad. That's why I request the government, not only my constituency, I think many constituencies are facing the same problem. Those villages who are getting the development before, because they are falling within 20 kilometers of international border, they are facing problem now, sir. They are not getting any scheme because they do not fall within 10 kilometers. So this is very, very important point which I want to raise through this motion, sir. And I request the government, especially our Honorable Chief Minister, to write to the government of India to allow again to develop those villages fall within 20 kilometers of the international border. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Now may I request Charles Marangar to take part. Charles Marangar.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as one of the members of this August House representing border constituency, I'm standing here to support the motion moved by Shri Meral Bons Im, MLA Nongpok constituency. This House do now discuss the ways forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructures, as well as to allocate more funds under ISB ADP, and also to pursue with central government for re-implementation of the ADP. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, yes, we all know that the interstate boundary settlement is going on. We don't know when the government can solve this issue. But sir, I'm very happy to, as I've informed yesterday, this August House, I once again would like to inform this August House that the developmental works in the border area, especially in my constituency, is going smoothly. Last year, in the month of November, personally I met the member of Outermost Council of the Karbi Anglong Outermost Council. Last year, I went twice to Dipu, Karbi Anglong. We had a talk about the implementation of the developmental works in the border area. I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, sir, to inform this August House that I am the first MLA who distributed the work order in public in the border area in front of the member of the Autonomous Council of Karbi Anglong. Therefore, sir, I take this opportunity to urge the state government to allocate more funds under ISBADP. And also, I urge the state government for re-implementation of border area development programs. Mr. Chairman, sir, I would also like to urge the state government, especially the Minister concerned, Minister in charge of border area, to kindly revise the guideline for the education infrastructure under ISBADP. As per the guideline, no private school can sanction through this scheme. But unfortunately, in the border area, there are no government schools. This is the problem that we are facing, and I'm standing here to request the department concerned to kindly revise and change the guideline with regard to education infrastructure. I will not take much time, Mr. Chairman, sir. Point number one that I want to request to urge the government is to allocate more funds, as mentioned by the mover of the motion and my colleague member, and also, number two, to change the guideline for education infrastructure. With these few words, Mr. Chairman, sir, I once again thank you for allowing me to take part on this motion moved by the mover, Shri Meral Bonsi, MLA of Nongpo constituency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I would like to call the Honorable Member from Jirang, Shri Sasuna Satun, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir, for allowing me to participate in the motion moved by Sri Mirabon Aim, the Honorable MLA of Nongpo, that this House do now discuss the ways forward to address the issue regarding the infrastructures, as well as to allocate more funds under in-state border area development program in the state, and also to pursue with the central government for re-implementation of border area development program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, first of all, I would like to thank the government for various initiatives regarding the development and infrastructures in the border areas, and in trying to resolve the border issues. my constituency, Jirang constituency, is bordering with Assam, and we have multiple villages bordering with counterpart Assam. In these villages, sir, we lack different infrastructures, be it road, education, health system, and different other developmental programs, which the people who are residing in the border areas, which they are eager for, to get more development in the villages who are bordering with Assam. The expectation of the people, especially with regards to the border connectivity, roads, and even though many road connectivity that we have been allotted by the MDA-1 government, but still there are many villages which up till now in my constituency that we can go only in the winter season, and I would like to thank the MDA-1 government for one particular village, the very old village of Maudem, which is crossing 250 years. And during that, this MDA-1 government, we have got this very important road that have been connected up to Maudem village. And there are many other villages still. Now they are facing big problems regarding with the road connectivity. Raja Kumai, Bilahari, there are two villages which in the rainy season they'll have to go through Assam. I want to put a note on this. And there are many other villages which needs the attention of the government to allot the border schemes, be it roads or with the education, be it school infrastructures, sub-centers, PHCs, CHCs. There are many villages which they have to travel 5-6 kilometers to reach their respective sub-centers and the respective PHCs and CHCs. So my request here, sir, to the government to take more steps in convincing the central government for central state allocation for more infrastructures in the border villages. I would support with the mover, Shri Bameral Bon Sim, the Honorable MLA of Nongpo, with the enhancement of fund with regards to the interstate border areas development program. This would help the villages, especially the villages who are in bordering with Assam. So, with only these few submissions, sir, I would like to thank you for allowing me to raise certain issues with regarding to the development programs, the border villages, and one more issue like people who are residing in the border areas, the problems which they are facing regarding the land registration. I would like to request the government so that we can make a sense of ownership for the people who are residing in the border areas. Because people who are residing in the border areas, they have the land, but they are not able to register. It's because of the high rate of registration charge, the fees. So I would like to request the government for reducing the land registration fees so that people who have land in the border areas, they will feel the sense of ownership. So with only these few words, sir, I would like to conclude my speech. I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May I request Olan Singh, honorable members, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am also subscribing to the motion moved by Honorable Member Shri Meralbons M from Nongpo regarding the issues for infrastructure. For the last 2-3 years, I'll make a special reference to my own constituency and only to the BADP, Border Area Development Scheme. Because this scheme, for the last 2-3 years, it was suspended because no fund has been received from the central government. So I see that since this scheme has been suspended, I see some hinderment in the infrastructure development, especially when we have this scheme. We support the private schools building, the extension of school building, and so on, sir. Because as we know, the population is galloping every year. So students also are increasing every year. So the existing schools need additional rooms or additional halls. Of course, the education department cannot support all the private schools, infrastructure, and even for the government LP school itself, they cannot support all. So when we can avail this BADP scheme, we can support the infrastructure development of the schools. Number one. And number two, sir, you see that almost 1 year, now the border has come to a halt due to the turmoil in Bangladesh. People are suffering from different economic activities. Because when the border are open, are in full swing, we see that in my constituency we have 2 border huts, one at Lalpani and one at Arangku. Once this border huts are open, I see that last 2 years, in each border hut, we can see the ply of more than 100 pickup trucks. This pickup truck carrying oranges and different items. So the volume of trade, once the volume of trade is increasing, so automatically and proportionally, the economic activities of our people also, the income generating activities of our people also are increasing. So I request the government to take a dialogue with the central government that this border has to be open so as to see that our transaction economic activities between the two states, between the two countries will take place. And number 3, sir, I see that the villages in my constituency are sparsely distributed, dispersely located, very far from one village to another village. And in one village, farmers living in a village, they have to trek down the hills, trek down to go to the orchards 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers away from the village. So in that way, on their way, especially in the rainy season, they have to cross so many streams. We need food bridges, suspension bridges, especially in the border area. I think even the Chief Minister is also aware of the hardship faced by the people in the border area. And he has kind enough to grant some sanction for me, some infrastructure. So I wish him that he should consider more this time. And especially in rainy season, even especially in border area, if we go from one village to another village, we have to cross the stream, we have to cross the, we have to go by not by a footpath, we have to go by a bond through a paddy field. So it makes the hardship very difficult for the people, living people. They are living people that are facing a lot of hardships, sir. And also that due to this hardship people they are facing, the hard work they're working, people they try to migrate to the urban areas because of the less opportunities. So implementation of border area means it is not only that we create the infrastructure, we also give employment to the local people. So I request the state government to consider for pursuing the central government to see that this BADP be re-implemented in our state for the benefit of our poor people living in the rural areas, sir. And even roads infrastructure, from one village to another village. It is not only that the PWD road has connected all the villages. That's enough. No. From one village we go to another village. We usually don't go by car, sir. We go on foot because we go by car. It takes a long way. Instead of going trekking, it is a shortcut way. So in the coast, we cross so many streams, we cross so many rivers. So we need so many infrastructure like food bridge, footpaths, and so on. So sometimes it happens when I visit some villages. At the entry point of the village, I see that, yes, it is a new civilization. I see new schools, new community hall. But if you go down to the south of the village, you see like an old civilization. Why? The old schools, dilapidated condition. It becomes like a shelter for the animals. It becomes shelter for the cows, for the goats. So we need to support all these things, sir. So I request the government to think it seriously on this issue, and we wish to see the light of the day that this scheme be re-implemented very soon. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Now may I request Remington G. Moment to participate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir, for giving me to take part in this border problem. I will be bringing only problems of my constituency that I'm facing in my constituency. Sir, last MOU had been signed by both Assam and Meghalaya government, and then they had agreed Tharabari sector to be included in our Meghalaya, sir. Now, after signing, then Assam government already closed the schools and shifted other teachers to Assam, and now they are having without any school, sir. That problem, how can I solve? I don't know. And then another problem is like this: those students from those areas, now they are facing a lot of problems. They are going to South India, they are going to study in Assam or Shillong or somewhere, but they want document like Aadhaar card or some document they want. Now every day they are coming to me also, I cannot solve what to do, this thing, no? Then my request is from the government, then how can we solve all this problem? Some are studying in college, universities, and now they want document. Some also had deleted all the election ID card also, and now they are living like refugee only. So until unless government enroll Aadhaar card and enroll election ID, so they are facing a lot of problems, sir. This is my request from the government, sir. What way we can solve all this problem? This is my request to the government. What way we can solve all this problem to that area, Parabari sector. Now they are facing a lot of problems. Students are facing a lot of problems because they don't have any document from Meghalaya. They are studying every year. So these are the problems that we face in my constituency. And another problem, last time I have informed to Chief Minister, and then Unutilized village under Kasai area, there are some government is trying to measure the land, and they are forcing the public to measure. They are coming to measure the land from those areas. They are bringing some police. At last, they don't agree. I always advise them until unless we solve the problem, border dispute, we cannot solve this problem. I told like this, so they are also replying like this. So until unless government side solve all this problem, border dispute, will not measure the land, will not allow to measure also, they are replying like this. And after that, they have to tell them. If we don't agree, we'll be bringing army and measure forcefully from this area like this, they are telling. So these are the problems in my area that we are facing. That one do include under Langpi sector, sir. These are the things. And then some JGM scheme also still to be implemented around 4 villages. These are the problems. So I don't want to discuss much, but I'm just bringing the problem that are facing in my constituency, sir. So in this regard, I would like, I would highly appreciate if our government intervene with Assam government, sir. These few words, I conclude my speech, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Since there is no more participant, may I request the Minister in charge to make a reply.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the Honorable Member from Nongpo for having brought this resolution. And I also would like to thank the Honorable Member from Ramrai, Honorable Member from Masunram, Honorable Member from Mokayo constituency, Honorable Member from Jirang, Honorable Member from Mohati, Honorable Member from Karkutta, Honorable Member from Nongkrem, Honorable Member from Mokurwat, and Honorable Member from Shillong for having participated in this very, very important resolution. Sir, while I will take time to reply to this particular resolution, to this motion, sir, I would just like to urge our honorable members from the opposition that this is a time where we're giving a time to all of them. I'm thankful they've just walked in. But it's good, sir, if we can all be present in the House. While we bring the points forward of our concerns, I think it's important to also have the patience to listen to the replies. Because a lot of homework goes into this. These are very important issues. And while we raise the issues, we debate them. And therefore, it is only fair that members be present in the House.
Sometimes we have arguments that we're not giving enough time, and we have arguments that opposition is not given time, but we are seeing that the presence also sometimes is not there. So I would urge, sir, I'm thankful to all the members from the ruling that they have participated very actively, and also they have shown their presence and seriousness in the House today. Sir, having said that, I think what is very important in this issue is that there are two aspects to this entire problem, sir. And that's the reason why I have selected and desired to reply to this particular motion myself. So because there are aspects of development that are there, there are aspects of hardship that the people face, there are aspects of issues that come with international border, and there are issues that come with the interstate border, coupled with the boundary areas of differences that we have with the state of Assam. And hence, this is a very complicated and very broad discussion that we had today. And I really, once again, would like to thank the honorable members for the points they have mentioned. Sir, I have a written reply. I will not go through it because as I felt that it is important for me to specifically mention and address the concerns of the MLAs directly, rather than giving them a very long reply and speech. So I will try my best, sir, to cover the different points in a generic manner. May not be able to cover everything, but I will try to at least address the issues that were raised, sir. So first and foremost, the issue that came about the issue of development as a whole, sir. And I am in total agreement with all the members who are present out here today, who have participated. So development will be a pillar for all the other aspects and issues and problems that the people face. And hence, it is absolutely necessary that development is given top priority in the border areas. So having said that, while there are special programs for the border area development, whether it is at the international border or whether it is at the interstate border, so development comes from different line departments. And though the flexibility and special focus through the border area schemes and interstate border area schemes are there, sir, I just want to share that the departments, the line departments, are also doing the different development works that are required. For example, the honorable member from Mawsyngram was just mentioning that there is a border road that goes from Dangar to Rinku, covering the entire border area, and thousands of people reside in that particular zone. And that area has not received any kind of funding from PWD or any kind of road construction being done for the last at least 25 to 30 years. And the roads were in a very dilapidated condition. And so as a government, we decided, along with the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, that that road needs to be constructed. And hence, through the PWD department, we sanctioned 50 crores for the construction of that particular road. And that road would used to take more than an hour and a half to 2 hours to cover. Today, because the road has been constructed, within a matter of 20 minutes to 30 minutes, the people of that particular area are able to reach the different villages or reach the two extreme points, that is Dangar to Rinku, within a matter of 20 to 30 minutes time. And therefore, sir, in spite of BADP, which had a total funding, just to share with you, sir, BADP scheme, which the honorable members have been mentioning about, the scheme of the Border Area Development Program, which has been referred to a number of times. In 2016-17, so there were projects of 40 crores for the entire state that was taken up. 2017-18, again 40 crores for the entire state. 2018-19, 25 crores. 2019-20, 50 crores. And then 2020-21, 16 crores. Whereas under one scheme itself of PWD, we sanctioned over 50 crores for the development of a border road. So my point being that we cannot only look at development from the border area schemes alone. You have to see the overall sanction of the different line departments, be it PWD, be it PHE, be it education, so on and so forth. The overall development is being looked after in the border areas to whatever extent possible in terms of the budget provisions. But I do agree that the Border Area Development Program and the IASDP program, the ISBADP program, are important because they are more flexible. They are more untied in nature. And they allow the MLAs to provide specific needs which may not be covered under the line department. And hence, I do agree that these schemes are important. And hence, sir, let me give an assurance in the House to all the MLAs that the remaining amount of schemes that were meant to be sanctioned, the 25 crores that we had sanctioned or rather approved under the border area development, and the rest of the amount, about 20 crores, which has not been yet sanctioned. So let me give an assurance, it will be sanctioned this year. I give the assurance to the honorable members because we are committed to the development of the people living in the border areas. Development is absolutely necessary, and this government is committed to ensuring all-round development, and we will ensure that the people living in the border areas will get the benefit of that. Not only that, I also assure you that we will be increasing the amount, whatever percentage we can. I cannot share the whole details right now because the budget will be presented in the next few days. We will be giving some more importance to the schemes. As I said, the integrated, the Interstate Border Area Development Program. We will ensure that more support is given. Sir, I can see you also nodding because I know that your constituency also will be affected. So I can see that smile on your face. And I'm sure that all the other friends who are bordering the interstate borders, all the MLAs also, and the public at large will also be happy. And we will do our best, sir, to ensure that we are able to take this forward. I was very happy to hear the suggestion that came from our MLA from Mokurwat. I had just had a small conversation with our Deputy Chief Minister. The fact that we were able to resolve the issues to a large extent in the border areas, in the disputed areas or areas of differences as they call it, is something, sir, that we are very happy about in one way, and it was a very challenging situation that we faced, sir. And as correctly mentioned by the Honorable MLA from Nongkrem, that for 53 years the people of this area had been suffering. And nobody had taken initiative to really find a solution to this long pending problem for 53 years, as mentioned by the Honorable Member from Nongkrem. And it is only this government, the MDA government, that took the bold step to say that yes, it may be a difficult situation for us. And yes, politically also it's very challenging. But then, that is the responsibility that has been given to us by the people of our state. And hence, we will work towards ensuring that we find a solution so that there is long-lasting peace in these areas, sir. And I'm happy that we were able to take these discussions forward, and today we have been able to sign an MOU and find a resolution to 6 of the locations out of the 12 locations. A lot more to be done, sir. And we're not saying that we have been able to resolve everything. It's complicated. Very complicated. Many governments in the past did not even want to discuss it. But at least this government decided that let us discuss, let us find a way forward, find a solution and move forward. The honorable member from Ramrai, he mentioned, sir, I don't know how many of you heard him speak, but he was mentioning in his speech that in the Tarabari sector, the Assam government had got full administrative control. The schools were run by them. The offices were run by them. The power department was providing power out there. But once the resolution took place, and once we were able to get all the villages under Tarabari sector into Meghalaya, thanks to the committee where I remember Mr. Reddington, our MLA from Mokurwat, and so many other members were present, had worked tirelessly, going from village to village, which had never happened before. Never ever. The meetings used to take place, as mentioned by honorable members from Nongkrem, that meetings used to take place in Shillong, in Secretariat. But this government was different. We went down to the village. Our committees went down to the villages, met the people, listened to the plight of the people, talked to them, asked them what do they want. And people desired at that point to come to Meghalaya. And we were able to find a resolution to this based on the will of the people. And that is how we managed to move forward. And today, in Tarabari, as mentioned by honorable member, that the Assam government has completely backed off. There are no teachers today in the schools because they have given the responsibility now to Meghalaya. And yes, I take this valid point. I think the point that mentioned by the honorable member is absolutely valid, that we need to immediately take action. Some action has been taken. I just want to share. These are also things that are quite new in one way for us. And therefore, some steps were taken. Some more need to be taken. So let me give an assurance again, sir, in the House today, that all these issues where the manpower is required, where the infrastructure is required, where we have to ensure that the road connectivity to these villages, where we have managed to resolve the issues, so we will work on war footing to ensure that we are able to provide all these services to the people living in those areas which have now been resolved, sir. So therefore, this is again very, very important, and I thank the honorable members for bringing this particular point up, sir. Sir, regarding the BADP program, I'll just give a small brief on this, sir, that the Border Area Development Program, which was again a very, very important program as we heard from all the members, this is mainly for the international border, which is the border with Bangladesh. And I had mentioned earlier, sir, that we have been receiving an amount of anything between about 40 crores to about 50 crores in the last few years. That is annually 40 crores in 16, 40 crores in 17, 25 crores in 18, 50 crores in 2019, and 16 crores in 2020. And then after that, the Home Ministry had informed us via letter number 12/16/2021-BADP, had conveyed to us that the BADP scheme can be continued only up to 30th of September 2022, as the program is set to be reviewed by the ministry. And that is when this program came to an end in one way. because post that, we have been communicating with Government of India, but we have not been getting any kind of confirmed response from them about the project or this particular program starting again. So therefore, we also are awaiting, but doesn't mean that we are just waiting and watching. We are continuously engaging with Government of India. Sir, as rightly mentioned by the Honorable Member from Shillong constituency, that there is a program called the Vibrant Village Program. And recently, Government of India has, for the start, they have included villages from Sikkim and Arunachal, so mainly bordering China. This project has been started. Again, sir, the third assurance, let me give an assurance to the House and the members out here that I will take up this matter with Government of India and ensure that Meghalaya is also included in the next phase of the Vibrant Village program, sir. We will take it up at the top level and ensure that this program comes up and Meghalaya also benefits from this particular scheme. So therefore, sir, we will follow this up and will ensure that these particular aspects are taken up. Sir, apart from that, the different issues that have been raised by different members, again, as I said, I will not be able to go into all the specific details of all of them, but there were one or two points which I thought was important for me to, again, cover out here. And one is, of course, the aspect of what the MLA from Ramrai had mentioned, that if there are some issues where certain officials from the bordering state have been coming in with forces. So let me also just share with you that this is a challenging situation. I think we all need to accept that this is a challenging situation. It's not easy. And for the past 53 years, this kind of situation has fluctuated, has been volatile, and also there have been different incidents that have taken place, sir. But having said that, I think what is important to note is that the process with which we are moving forward in a positive and a constructive manner is something, sir, we have not seen in the past many, many years. And I'm not saying that it is a perfect situation, sir. Being a complicated situation, it may not be perfect, sir. But the efforts that are being made by this government have been like never before. As mentioned by the Honorable Member from Mohati, in his last debate that he was mentioning about the debate with, in the Governor's address, he mentioned that there were certain issues and problems that we were facing in Block 1, Block 2 area. And within a matter of seconds, right, sitting there in my office, through my personal mobile phone, I called up the CEM of the Karbi Anglong District Council. I called up the Chief Minister of Assam, and there and then we were able to resolve the problems that are there. What I'm trying to say, sir, is the kind of relationship that we are trying to build with our counterpart, the dialogue that we are trying to build. It's not easy, sir. It's a very complicated situation. If it was easy, I'm sure it would have been done in the past. But as mentioned by so many members, for the past 53 years, we are not able to resolve this problem. We are at least making some strides towards that in the given circumstances, in the challenging circumstances. And that's the kind of situation today that we face. And therefore, I've always urged our members. I know that our honorable member from Mogayo, he will tell you, sir, I receive calls from him at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. And he'll tell you, sir, that most of the time I pick up the calls, even at 6, 7 in the morning. And that even if I can't pick up the call for whatever reason, I will call him back within an hour's time, because I know that a call coming in at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock means there is something serious that's there. And that's the kind of channel that we have opened up. And that is how these solutions are achieved, sir. These are very complicated problems, but it is only through dialogue, through confidence building, through the trust that we are able to find solutions. Yes, I am sad that there have been incidents, and I'm not saying that while we're doing our discussions, that there could be small tensions that could build up in certain areas. So it is but natural, because these kind of problems have been there for many, many decades. It takes time to heal. It takes time to build the trust. But because of the kind of work that we've done in the past few years, we were able to, for the first time in Mauhati, there were 6 or 7 schools that the Honorable MLA came and said that, sir, there are no schools out there. Yes, it's an area of difference, but can't we give something from the Chief Minister's Special Development Fund? And no development has ever gone. And let me share this with the House, that there was a program of CM Connect I had in Bhoirambong. In that CM Connect program, there was a lady. Very, very passionate. I can't remember her name right now, but she mentioned about those schools to me. And this was before the Honorable MLA from Mauhati came and spoke to me about it. So immediately when the Honorable MLA mentioned this, I remembered that the CM Connect program, where in Bhoirambong block, this lady was passionately advocating to put up school buildings in these areas of differences where the children are suffering. And we had to speak to our counterpart. And there and then, as I said, we spoke to the CEM of the Karbelong Autonomous District Council, and very, very happily, he agreed. And in fact, the time when the foundation stone was being laid, members from the Karbelong District Council also were there, our Honorable MLA was there, our officials were there, and this is how, sir, the trust is being built. Yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are differences. Yes, we have to still find a way forward, but at least we are seeing a situation where there is a cordial relationship, there is some sense of peace, and whenever some kind of tension erupts, there is a channel through which we are able to resolve and be able to compromise in those situations. So therefore, sir, we need to look at this in a positive manner. Let me take this opportunity to tell all the members who are especially staying in the areas of differences that you know that you have a direct hotline with me. I never not pick up your calls, and I'm very accessible. I urge you that you don't have to hesitate. If there is ever a situation in your constituency where our people living in the border area are facing any challenge, any threat to their safety, security, I will be the first person to take the step to ensure that we are able to protect them. So please feel free to contact me directly. They have been doing so, but I think it's important that I mention it on the floor of the House today, in this August House, that we will ensure that we will do everything in our capacity to be able to protect the safety and security of our people living in the border areas. So with a caveat, as I said, that there are challenges. I am not saying that there are not challenges. There will always be difficulties. There will always be situations. But what I'm trying to tell you, sir, is that whenever such situation arises, we will not shy away. Whenever such situation arises, we will be there to ensure that we do whatever in our capacity to be able to give that protection and that safety to our people. So a lot of work needs to be done. I'm aware that in the border areas, we are having certain concerns when it comes to the overall infrastructure in terms of the manpower. But let me share with the House that the manpower required for the border outpost, adequate manpower has been sanctioned. When it comes to the infrastructure that is required in the different border outposts that are there, again, sanction has been given for the border outpost. Wherever the construction has not started is because of the issue of availability of land or a consensus on the location where this particular BOP should be built. And therefore, we are working on it, and I do seek the cooperation of all our local MLAs in that particular area. Wherever there is a delay, and wherever you feel that there is a necessity for us to increase the presence, sir, again, I assure the House that we will take necessary action to do that. And wherever the BOP constructions have started and are going slow, please, get back to me. And if the locations where the BOP construction has not started yet, once again, it must be because of the location and the specific area and the consensus on the land availability. For example, in Mukro area, we are having a small issue because the villagers want it in a specific area, and we are trying to work out on where we'll be able to do it so that we don't disturb the overall environment of safety and security out there. So such cases could possibly be there, but I would urge the local MLAs to please take the initiative and to coordinate with our home department and ensure that these are completed. And whatever other support needs to be given, I will be happy to look into those areas also, sir. Sir, some had mentioned, I'm going up and down because different MLAs had mentioned the points at different times, that there's some guidelines they wanted some relaxation in terms of the Interstate Border Area Development Fund. Sir, of course, these guidelines are made with specific purpose in mind. I don't want to give an assurance that I will definitely change them because I'll have to speak to the department and the officials and the Honorable Minister about it. But definitely, sir, we can examine it. We'll examine, and wherever it's possible, to give some relaxation to meet the larger purpose of being able to give development at the grassroots level. We'll be happy to examine it, and wherever possible, sir, we will look into the matter and try to improve or amend the different requirements that are there. Sir, there was also a proposal about the registration fees. So this issue also, sir, we have been examining. And again, as I said, I'm not giving assurance right now in the House, but yes, this is being actively pursued, and we are actively looking into this issue, and we will examine this in the best possible manner so that we are able to move forward. So there was an issue about the border huts in regards to Bangladesh, and I just want to share with the honorable members so that border huts have started reopening in most of the parts of the state. So most of the areas, the border huts are already active. There is no reason for the border huts not to be active. They may not be having the kind of volume that they had before the situation in Bangladesh, but they are opening up, and slowly and steadily normalcy is returning back. Wherever the honorable MLAs are facing challenge, again, please coordinate with the district administration. They have been given specific instructions to facilitate the process of opening up of the border huts. So there is no reason for the border huts to be shut. I have personally intervened in 2 to 3 cases, and now they are functioning. So if you do not get response from other areas, once again, you are free to always contact me, and I will ensure that we are able to take this matter up also. So these, I think, mostly have covered the issues and concerns relating to the overall resolution, this overall motion that has been put up by the honorable member and the different members who have participated. And once again, sir, before I resume my seat, I would like to give the assurance to all the members who have participated and all those who did not participate also, that the different schemes that are related to the border area development, especially the ones that are under the state budget, we will be ensuring that we give more funds to it, and wherever the funds have not been released, I will ensure myself and make sure that the funds are released at the earliest. And as I said, for the future also, we will continue, not just from the border area perspective, but also from the line departments that are present out here. We will ensure that we are able to give overall development to the border areas as mentioned by the honorable members. So with these clarifications and with the assurances, I once again thank the members for raising the different issues. And with that, sir, I would resume my seat. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable members who moved the motion, may I seek a little clarification if you need.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister who have taken the initiative to present a very broad and constructive response in this August House. Thank you so much, sir, for the assurance that you have given. And it is the fact that despite several program and project schemes from different line departments, that different constituency they have received. On top of that, be it road, be it water supply, be it education, the Honorable Chief Minister have assured that to enhance the budget provision for interstate border area development program. Thank you so much for this. At the same time, sir, I would like to thank you for reaffirm again for 2023-24 that 25 crore has been earmarked, where around 5 has been released, where another 20 remain, where you have assured that you will release. At the same time, sir, for the budget provision of 2024-25, where the proposed amount is 14.99 crore, where we're still pending with the finance department. I hope that this will be released as soon as possible. With regards to the guidelines, sir, it is a fact that there are different sector and parameters that is looking after, but I would like to emphasize that the department will emphasize more to relax on the guidelines where the percentage, certain percentage has been earmarked. For example, for road and bridges, for education, for agriculture, for skill development. So we need to earmark more, especially like infrastructure, like road and bridges, education. These are the main focus point that the department has to look into. At the same time, sir, with regard to the issue from now on, we have heard that even with regard to the border area development program, where the assurance has been given, like the scheme, new scheme like Vibrant Village that has been implemented in other state, will be pursued by the state government. Thank you so much for the assurance, and we'll hope to see in days to come that despite of all the challenges that we face in the border areas, and at the same time, I would like to urge to all the honorable member through you, sir, that in this difficult situation, especially when the government is seriously pursued for the second phase of talk with our counterpart Assam, let us work together, let us, across party line, we have to come together to pursue the matter so that the phase 2 of the talk between two states will resolve, as well as the villages which falls under this border area also, they will get more infrastructure through the assurance given by the Honorable Chief Minister to earmark more fund in the budget provision. With these few words, I would resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussions on motion number 1 is now
Deputy Speaker, sir, I just want to make a point. So when the Honorable Chief Minister was replying, I was on his feet to reply to this motion, he had mentioned the poor absence of the opposition bench. But as they walked in and I counted them, there were more than 50% of the opposition in their seats. But when I looked at the ruling side, there were less than 50%. Although I've been sitting here since 10 in the morning, And I normally take a break to go to the washroom and take my medicines. But out of deep courtesy to the Honorable Chief Minister, I sat down till he finished his speech.
Thank you.
Just the respect we have.
Thank you. Now,
I sincerely appreciate what the Honorable Member has said. Thank you, sir.
discussion on motion number 1 is now closed. Now we will take up motion number 2. Sri Roni V. Lingdo, MLA, and Opposition Chief Whip, may kindly move the motion. This House do now discuss the pressing necessity for the government intervention to assist poultry, cattle, and pig farmers in our state, especially given the rising cost of feed. Roni V. Lingdo, please.
Yes, sir.
The motion.
So I beg to move that this House do now discuss the pressing necessity for government intervention to assist poultry, cattle, pig farmers in the state, especially given the rising costs of feed.
Motion moved. You may initiate the discussion.
Yes, sir.
And before I allow the mover of the motion to initiate the discussion, I would like to inform the House, any member who would like to participate may send a slip within 5 minutes. Because in the last first motion, I have seen all the members, so when most of the members who have given their slip are almost finished, then another slip is coming in. Therefore, now within 5 minutes, those members willing to participate, please send them slip. Now you can initiate the discussion.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to start. So we've been talking about the issues of unemployment in the state and the issues of our youth not getting employment, and this has been the concern of all the honorable members of this House, sir. So, sir, why I've brought this is because a lot of, people, even young people, have taken up to poultry farming, pig rearing, cattle, dairy farming. But in the course of their, sir, their work, they've come across, sir, impediments, hurdles, hardships. And one of the hardships they faced is the rising costs of feed, sir. So some of them have, enthusiastically taken up this activity, but as they, go along, they find that it is not, profitable, it is not, as per the expectations. So some of them have reverted back to, the conventional job that is working as daily wage earners, so on and so forth, sir. So to encourage more and more people to take up this activity, but then we have been discussing the outflow of precious capital for the state to import all these products from other parts of the country. So if we can, encourage, motivate, yes, I know the government has come up with various schemes, but then it's yet to have its effects. So this is one, one aspect that is really affecting the people engaged in this activity, the rising costs of feed. So, sir, after meeting a lot of people, especially in my constituency, and I believe in entire state, people besides agriculture, have these allied activities like pig rearing, cattle rearing, poultry, at a very small scale level. Now, if we want to encourage them to enhance, to upskill their activity, so we have got to lend a hand, handhold them and support them. So, sir, I know livestock are a necessary component in the state of Meghalaya, from raising them for consumption to rearing them for their products. The state relies heavily on them for its sustenance in one form or the other. According to the 20th livestock census in the year 2019, the total number of cattle in the state is about 9 lakhs, while the total number of pigs being reared is about 7 lakhs. Total number of fowls is about 52, 53 lakhs. So the total numbers of livestock as per 2019 livestock census is about 68, 69 lakhs. I think by now the number must have increased, except for in the case of cattle, where because of the lumpy skin disease, a lot of farmers have been affected. So I'm just, prepared an analysis so that the government, the minister will get some idea of, of the cost that is, involved in this activity. The quoted number, sir, is extremely relevant as the cost of feed for livestock naturally increases over the years. To elucidate, one can take the example of a dairy farmer's expenses, because I worked this out, sir, in my interaction with the dairy farmers of my constituency. Farmers' quoted price of normal quality feed, that is khadi, mustard, oil cake in particular, is 1,360 per sack of about 50 kg in weight during September 2024. While in February 2025, just a matter of few months, price has escalated to 1,380 per sack of 50 kg. The earlier price was 50 kg. Now this revised price, enhanced price is of 40 kg sack for the normal quality feed. Whereas the higher quality feed is almost 1,500 per sack of about 50 kg. Concurrently, cattle require to be fed multiple items apart from khadi, such as chapat, rice, corn powder, salt and water, for aiding in production of quality milk. Simply put, sir, the following costs are incurred on the mentioned feed: chapat at 1,300 per sack, 37 kg, rice at almost 1,600 per sack, 50 kg, corn powder at 1,200 per sack, 40 kg, salt at 400 per sack, 50 kg. The average milk producing cow, sir, consumes about 5 kg of feed a day, in addition to 30 kg of fresh grass and not less than 60 liters of boiled water. So while local brands of feed are available in the market, but then the cattle farmers often prefer to buy imported brands that are produced from outside the state, like from Siliguri, from Guwahati. However, there is, now there is a preference for feed produced in our own state, Bernihat, which, we can deter over-reliance on imported feed and then ensure that, precious resources, remain in the state. Although, sir, this I would like to bring to the Honorable Minister and the government, sir. Although feed prices have increased over the years and the market season, it is unfortunate, sir, that the price of milk remains constant. So I think this has to be balanced. If the feed increases, I think the price of milk also should be enhanced, sir, so that, cattle farmer make some profit out of it. Otherwise, people will give up this, and then we are losing on all fronts. Precious resources going out of the state, people not taking up this activity, then, the rate of unemployment increases. The static quotation of milk, despite the sharp fluctuation in feed, expedites a loss in the dairy farmers' livelihoods. The loss is experienced by both small and marginal dairy farmers, large-scale dairy farmers alike. Sustaining oneself in this profession becomes increasingly challenging, and when the challenge is too difficult, too much, people give up this activity, and we all stand to lose. So, sir, yes, there are challenges. So, to improve production local feeds, I think the fodder and seed production farms and the fodder demonstration farms were established by the State Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Department for the purpose of producing fodder and seeds for government and private farms. Through this initiative, the feed milling plants can be utilized to supply mixed feed at competitive price. Furthermore, the feed analytical laboratory can analyze feed ingredients and mixed feed to ensure quality and compliance. Sir, there are some of the challenges being faced by the dairy farmers in particular, and of course, others also who are raising, pigs, raising fowl and all. But I've, confined myself to dairy farmers because a lot of people in my constituency take up this activity. Rising livestock feed costs have substantially increased expenses, while fluctuating feed prices with market season make cost management difficult. So despite increasing feed costs, I'll reiterate again, milk prices remain constant. So I'd request the government, if this can be looked into, so it makes this activity profitable and ensure that our farmers do not incur losses. Over-reliance on expensive and unreliable imported feed is yet another challenge. Perhaps the state can look into this and ensure that more and more people, now we're talking about unemployment, yes, the government has come up with many schemes to encourage people to take up, activity in self-employment challenges. I think this can be looked into so that our youth, especially those who have got some, qualification in this sector, can be encouraged to set up, this feed mill plant so that, the resources remain here, and then of course the price can be controlled by the government. So limited availability of local quality, local feed forces farmer to rely on imports. So another point that we are losing precious resources, and then inconsistent quality of local brands. The challenges affect both small-scale and large-scale dairy and livestock farmers alike. Poor market infrastructure, lack of knowledge about market linkages hinder farmers' ability to sell their products. Yes, sir, they have set up portal, but you have to understand most of these people who are into these activities are not very educated. So I think the government has to come with other ways and means to ensure that, information, what kind of assistance that can be provided. If, we have societies, for example, in Millennium area, we have societies. If the government can reach out to them directly and ensure the kind of support, the kind of assistance that can be provided, will go a long way, sir, in ensuring that, the people understand that, yes, the government stands by them. Many farmers rely on single outlet for milk sales, sir. So due to an awareness of alternative market options, I think, sir, we have to create more market options, more alternatives, so that, it's not dependent on one outlet or one, market option. So to make dairy and livestock farming a viable business, a proper market outlet with fair bargaining power for farmers is essential. A supportive environment with adequate market infrastructure is necessary to make livestock farming a lucrative enterprise. Right now, sir, it has not become very lucrative, and in fact, people, some of them have been not motivated enough, to enhance their activity. They're just doing it, to make ends meet, somehow to survive. But it can be made into a lucrative enterprise, so that we benefit, in every way, be it the farmer, be it the government, be it, then we can create other allied activities. For example, if there are more market infrastructure, a lot of our people who have taken up, this BBA, MBA, can get into this kind of business also. It should be noticed that the challenges in transportation that add an additional 50-60 kilometers to transportation routes affected the price of imported feed. For example, we'll be discussing about, the Umyam Bridge. So now, all the, the transportation has to take the route right from Morankenang. So this increases the cost. So that also should be taken into consideration. That's why the, the increase for the price of milk should be considered urgently by the department, sir. While the low demand of livestock products lead to lesser profit, accruement for farmers engaged in this livelihood. So yes, so these are some of the things, and then I'd like to, in conclusion, yes, sir, the state government support for livestock farmers is a step in the right direction. However, room for improvement exists, sir, I have pointed out, sir. Streamlining aid distribution process, revising eligibility criteria can make a significant difference in the life of these farmers. Moreover, sir, addressing the fodder shortage is crucial for sustainable livestock farming. This shortage is exacerbated by factors like limited land, poor soil quality, climate change, and urbanization. The government can implement a system of check and balances. This system would ensure a harmonious coexistence between development and protection of cultivation areas. By doing so, the government can boost feed cultivation, ultimately reducing financial burden. So I raised this particular issue because in my interaction with the farmers, most of them, these are the problems being faced by them: rising cost of feed, And then, of course, we have, businessmen taking advantage of these farmers. So I think if we can support, sir, for example, now if subsidized feed can be provided to the people, this will go in a long, long way, sir, in ensuring that more and more people take up this activity and ensure that our milk production is enhanced, it is increased. It will go a long way, sir, benefiting everyone, benefiting the people, benefiting the state, and of course, we can encourage people even to take more milk for their good, for their health. And so with these few words, I would request the government to urgently look into this matter, because thousands of people are engaged in this activity. Of course, I've confined myself to dairy farmers, sir, but you look at the people engaged in piggery, in the, in this poultry farming. A lot of people are engaged of this, and then I've spoken to some poultry farmers also. They say, no, so the costs are very high. Sometimes we just make very, very marginal profit. So I think this is one sector I would request the minister, who's a very experienced, long-term MLA, to look into this. And another point, sir, before I sit down, is you see now there was an assurance to create a veterinary hospital in Shillong, but I think nothing has come of it. So, for example, the lumpy skin disease, if we had a hospital somewhere close there, maybe this disease could have been controlled right at the initial stage. But because there was no proper health care for the animals, so this disease spread from one village to another village. And as I've said earlier in my earlier statements, some of the farmers have lost the entire stock. Some of them have just one cattle or two cattle, sir, which has become very, very unviable for them to, sustain themselves. So, sir, I would request the government, if we can look into this. For example, the Chief Minister has spoken about, developing the border roads. I said, so we have to look inside also, not neglect people who are inside also. For example, people engage in dairy farming, poultry farming. Then we can encourage more and more young people to take up this activity if it is profitable, as an alternative source of employment, self-employment. And so my request is for the veterinary hospital somewhere in Upper Shillong, Malim area, because most of the cattle farmers are confined to those areas, so that when they need healthcare for the animals, there is a hospital close by. So because at present now there's only one hospital in Shillong, and it will be difficult for farmers to bring their cattle, their pigs, poultry to the hospital in Shillong. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat, and thank you very much.
Thank you. There's your question, honorable member. She's not here. Then may I ask Dr. Mukul Sangma, leader of the opposition, to take the floor.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise to participate in this very important motion tabled by our honorable member from Melim, Sri Arvilindo. The motion is this House do now discuss the pressing necessity for government intervention to assist poultry, cattle, and pig farmers in our state, especially given the rising cost of feed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we all take pride in our culture, and agriculture is our culture, and therefore this whole farming activities is an integral part of our culture, our way of life, and our means of livelihood. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is more important for people from Northeast, like us, maybe bearing Assam, who depend solely on non-veg food. And in fact, absence of availability of enough livestock farming has an adverse impact on the overall availability of meat in the state. And we know what is the actual scenario now. The price of meat, it's something which has become very unaffordable. In fact, just last week I was discussing with some of my
farmer friends in my constituency. And they were alerting me, saying that the cost of livestock has become so high that it has started becoming very difficult to afford for people belonging to weaker section, economically weaker section. It is a fact. 300, 350, now 400, some are 500, particularly beef and pork. The cost has, over last probably post-pandemic, it has never come down. It has never been stabilized again. Therefore, I think as a small state where we definitely is facing this problem, which is due to less and less farming activities. I think the problem of the farmers is something which is very, very complex. And when we talk to the farmers, then we know how difficult it is. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, you yourself has the wealth of wisdom and knowledge about farming. And whenever we talk about farming, we talk about also availability of manure, the organic manure, which is connected with livestock. So it's not just for the meat, even for other farming. Today, even to get pick up load of cow dung manure, it has become so, rather issue of supply chain, availability has become a matter of concern. So therefore, it is so integrated, it is so connected with our culture, our way of life, our farming activities. If we want to talk about nutritional security, not just food security, it is a must. We see lots of problem challenges associated with anemia, vitamin B12 deficiency, in spite of us being non-veg. Most of us are non-veg. Of course, nowadays younger generation have had the choice to become vegans, etc., etc. But we are traditionally people belonging to non-veg community. And one day I was discussing with friends. There was a debate why we should be non-veg or not non-veg, why we should be vegetarian. So, you know, we all have these digestive enzymes. God has provided us all kinds of food which is available. And every food that is available for us is considered as sanctified. And that's the reason why we have various digestive enzymes to digest meat. Since we were made to be non-vegetarian, of course, I don't mean to offend who choose to be vegetarian. But the fact is that this has become a very important source of our nutrition. And therefore, affordability is a question which I think is before us. Government after government has embarked upon this initiative of providing support for livestock farming, whether it is for poultry, whether it is for piggery, whether it is for cattle. I remember, even when I was a kid, every time my late mother used to take me to the office of the CNRD block, we used to see lots of women standing there and collecting, few numbers of poultry for poultry farming. Then as we stepped in as a politician, the first time that I got elected in 1993, we used to have lots of programs which were routed through the CNRD block under the name and scheme of CD schemes, Community Development Scheme. Under this program, we used to provide some numbers of livestock, goats for goatry, poultry, chicken for poultry, like mainly goatry and poultry. This we have seen, you have seen, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, yourself. People were very happy because it's something integral to our way of life. Now, under the circumstances, it has become very difficult because the availability of land for free grazing with these whole farming activities and horticulture activities, I think the availability of place for livestock farming has become a challenge. Therefore, I think this motion is befitting. There has to be some intervention from us. I remember we embarked upon few of these livestock mission programs during our time. the present government has further went ahead by segregating them into livestock specific like piggery mission. We should continue with this kind of intervention. I remember we embarked upon that dairy mission where even Millim CNRD block received support for 5,000 farmers, per block. Millim and few other blocks in the adjacent areas, Betasing, Selsela, Jigjak, Rongram, like that. So these initiatives were designed keeping in mind the need that the government must provide as an assistance, as a support for the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, now apart from the question of high cost, availability, etc., I think we have to look at from this another aspect of having this availability of meat which are produced by livestock farmers within our state. I remember one day we were having one program in Millim itself while we were launching this livestock mission, particularly with a reference to piggery. And after the program, one day I saw a message which was sent to me in the WhatsApp saying that, sir, after attending your livestock mission program in Millim, I have stopped eating pork unless I know the source of the pork. I was narrating about my experience, which must be true to many of us who go outside as we travel, as we take road journey. I had a privilege of time in 2008 and 9, 1 year when we were not in the government. So I traveled across Northeast by road. And in one of the places, I don't want to name, there were herds of pigs, all being fed on garbage. We saw it. Multitudes of pigs. And then as I went beyond, after 10 kilometers, another herd of pigs grazing on garbage. So this is the kind of livestock which are coming to our state. And as medical professionals, we have seen, how through this kind of food, many of our people ultimately become victim of a disease. We know what are the diseases which are transmitted by eating this kind of infected pork meat. I remember one of my friend's mother who was initially, the doctor said it appears that the patient has a brain tumor. So the whole family got so panicky, and then the patient was taken to Vellore. Then it was diagnosed that it was a case of cysticercosis, which came from consumption of pork. Now, unless therefore we know the source of meat, where it is coming from, we also have concern about health issues. Therefore, what kind of meat we are getting, what kind of vegetable, what kind of food we are eating, the ingredients, the source of ingredients from the perspective of the area from where it is coming. Therefore, today, the overall public health is connected so much with the way food that we consume are produced. Therefore, since our people are bound to consume meat, it is only necessary that our people produce in our own state as far as possible, so that at least we will be eventually self-sufficient. So how to look at this aspect of ensuring self-sufficiency in our food requirement, in our nutritional demand. Therefore, unless government has a robust program which should be designed in such a way that we are able to make this farming more and more attractive. We try to encourage many of our farmer friends to start poultry farming. In fact, recently I went to one of the villages and asked about the continuity of poultry farming by one of the farmers whom I have helped myself personally. Then I was told that no, he has given up. So I wanted to know why he has given up. The issue of profitability, the issue of easy access to feeds. We have feed mills, which is established by the Department of Veterinary.
I think Honorable Minister in charge himself will be knowing. One, in the instant case which I want to refer to is in Tura, Rongkhon. So this particular feed mill was provided enough financial support from government to ensure that it becomes operational. But after 2 years, when I tried to find out what is happening to that feed mill, I was informed by the department that it was not operational. I wanted to know why. After having invested so much of money for latest equipment and machineries, the answer was that the raw material is not available. Raw material. Who should be the people who should be producing this raw material? Farmers. So the connect between the department and the farmers. It was only that missing gap which resulted in ultimate failure of that investment. So this is something which is there. Therefore, the Department of Veterinary, if they have established a feed mill, then they have to tie up with agriculture, horticulture department so that they will engage with farmers to ensure that the raw materials are required are made available. What is the raw material required? Soybeans. So much of soybeans is grown in Nagaland, so much of soybeans is grown in elsewhere in the northeast. In fact, they have surplus. I was talking to some friends of mine from Nagaland. They said, sir, we have plenty of soybeans here. Surplus. So it's a question of connect, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Therefore, the comprehensive endeavor to ensure that convergence and the aggregation of our effort by the line departments. So this may be kept in mind. I think even now I don't know what is the status. And also the dairy farm. Why the dairy farms are failing? Because of the feeds. I went to my farm. I checked up. So I asked my assistant who looks after my farm. I have a poultry farm. I eat eggs from my own farm because I have given up eating eggs when it is sourced from outside. I don't trust, food coming from outside. Then when I calculated the cost of the feeds, it was coming 12 rupees per one egg. So I said, how is it possible? 12 rupees per egg and you're selling how much? 10 rupees per egg. So it's a very good business. 12 rupees input cost for feeds only, and the eggs is being sold at 10 rupees. So why is it? Because the person concerned has forgotten the quantity of feeds, what should be provided. So the idea is that when we try to engage with farmers, farmers must know how much money is going to come. How much is the margin of profit? And that must be in the fingertips of the people concerned who drive this program and mission as far as the departments are concerned. It must be in their fingertips. If somebody is doing egg farming, what is the margin of profit per egg? It must be 3 rupees minimum. So that is how it is calculated. I ask sometimes how much I am supposed to get as a farmer. They don't have any answer. Then I have to wait, I have to search before I decide. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we embark upon any program, the success story of every farming activity by respective farmers must be taken into consideration. They should not fail. Because failure of some farmers who have embarked upon this initiative will discourage others. They must be an example for others to get the kind of motivation and inspiration. Farming must be lucrative. Farming must be attractive. Then only people will go back to farming. We looked at the poultry farming, how profitable it is. We look at poultry farming. Well, it is good, but it should be as part of the whole different collection of farming activities. It can be stand alone. But I think there is a space in as far as the feed is concerned. I saw many of the dairy farming failing because of not having this supply chain which enables farmers to get feeds at a reasonable price so that farming becomes attractive. These are something which can be designed in collaboration, like I have said, between veterinary department, agriculture, horticulture, and all other line departments who are connected directly. Because we have the captive market. Our own market is today not getting the kind of supply which we need. Everything is coming from outside. That is the reason why the cost escalation is going up. Then another important part which is close to my heart, which I want to share here, so that the Honorable Minister in charge will take note of this feeling, that when I was a kid, I used to see many of our friends from Khas Hills, from Shillong, camping in Garo Hills with jeep and trailer. They used to camp there for days together, collect our local pigs. I don't know whether Mr. Honorable Speaker recollect those things. When people from Khas Hills used to go to Garo Hills, camp for days together and collect our pigs from Garo Hills and bring to Shillong. And this particular source of pork became so popular that our farmers started, because it was a ready-made kind of market. And today, therefore, I think there is a need for the department and for all of us to encourage farming of our own local breed. We used to call that chambal breed. I have asked some of my relatives, do you have this breed? Please send me. We keep on asking. It is in high demand. It's one of the best porks I have ever tested. So therefore, while we understand that pigs coming from outside, many of them are product of farms which are in a very unhygienic condition, which are fed on garbage, and which has a ramification on our health and well-being. Therefore, this angle should not be looked at only as a source of food, but as a means of addressing the resultant health and well-being challenges associated with consumption of meat coming from outside, which are product of farming in a very, I must say, unimaginable, pathetic, unhygienic condition. Then in regard to pig, yes, we must develop our own breed, and it will definitely have the kind of more immune system, therefore more resilient to diseases rather than other breeds which comes from outside. I don't mean to say that we do not look at exploring other breeds, but at the same time, let us also preserve our breed, and let us also encourage our farmers, and let there be some special component of this scheme in piggery, which looks at this particular local breed and how we can somehow eventually brand them, and maybe then farmers will get a better remunerative price for this local one. If something is being sold at 100, this will be sold at 120 or 125. The farmers will be incentivized by creating that brand and why they should eat this meat. Then another part is the integration between the department to ensure the feed. I have seen many of our youth have looked at this area, this space, to have small startups, to have their feed mills. And lots of small machines are available today with minimum investment. A small feed mill can be established. But here comes the but. There must be integration and aggregation of effort between veterinary department, agriculture, and horticulture, so that the ingredients which are required are available. So that we also know that, okay, these ingredients which comes to this feed mill is also coming from organic farming. These are also other angles. What type of feed is being used to feed our poultry? Is the poultry feed which is coming to our poultry farms are all which are product of farming activities which revolves around unregulated utilization of pesticides? These are important things, because when we look at the farming activities in India, many of the farmers do not bother about the quantum of pesticides when they use. The usual habit, when the pesticide is being sprayed, they will start talking, they will start receiving phone call, and the pesticides is continuously being sprayed on the plants. So we can easily understand from common sense how much of overdosing is taking place, and therefore what type of food is coming which is completely infested with poison. Therefore, what type of feeds are being used to feed our poultry, the poultry which we ultimately use for our fulfilling our meat demand. So this feed is crucial, and Government of India has some programs. I think state must own up some specific program for encouraging small startups. Why I'm saying small? Because let people start small. I've seen people starting big and falling. Then they have a big fall, they can never rise again. So poultry and feed mill business is such critical. Even the veterinary department have failed. So it is not easy for anybody to take it for granted just because they get support from government. But it must be designed and planned properly. I've seen some of the farmers, particularly from Williamnagar, who are showing success stories in small farming activities. And in fact, many of our food requirement is coming from East Garo Hills. We must take cognizance of those success stories. So similarly, I think many of our youth in some areas must have demonstrated success stories. I think they must be picked up, they must be recognized, and their experience must be shared. I think farmers themselves are the best teachers. We'll end up bringing all experts from outside. But I tell you, I know how much feed has to be given for my chicken at what time. We farmers, we know. You bring unnecessarily all experts, all consultants, spend so much of money. They will come and they will eat and they will take money and go back. And when our farmers forget, or the next generation needs. So this continuity of knowledge, sharing of new knowledge of innovation and blending it with our traditional knowledge has always been the overall strategy of the government. So let us ensure that it is properly designed, it is properly done. Then, in respect to cattle, I think it has become a very important issue because of the overall whatever unpleasant things happen across the country. Bringing cattle to meet the demand, to create that your supply chain. This supply chain has been now dislocated, and therefore it has become necessary. It is no longer should be a wish, but it should be taken as a necessity in as far as cattle is concerned. Because once upon a time, beef used to be the most cheapest meat available for us, but today it is no longer. It is the costliest meat. It is the costliest meat. So the question of affordability, we have to think for our poor farmers. We have to think for all those who cannot afford to pay such high cost for buying meat. We have the issue of nutritional deficiency. We have the issue of mothers who need blood transfusion every time they go to hospital for their delivery. I think, therefore, these are all connected with well-being of the people. And cattle, how to do it, I think we also should look at the beef cattle, while we should also still focus on dairy farming. And beef cattle with substantial area of land available, few districts must be probably identified. I have also done certain amount of due diligence with the department then when we were in government. West Khas Hills is one very good place. Rivoi is one very good place. Southwest Khas Hills is a very good place. Some parts of East Khas Hills are very good, not all. And our East Khas Hills, East Garo Hills is a very good place. South Garo Hills is a very good place. Some of the areas in West Garo Hills are a very good place, not all. But areas where we do not have high population density, I think those should be the areas where the department must identify as an area for aggressive cattle farming to meet our demand in meat. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, with this few submission, I just feel that department is doing its job. Honorable Minister in charge is one of the most senior most. He is a batch of 1998 with wealth of experience and desire and commitment. So we expect that many new things will come by, and many more other flagship programs and other funds are there which can be converged and integrated to give fruition to many of the new initiatives which we may embark upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. It is now 2 o'clock. Discussions on this motion will continue till the next private members' day on the 6th March 2025. There are 2 more speakers. We have given their names. They may continue. They may present the discussions on the motion on the 6th March 2025. We will now take up the obituary reference, and I will extend the House till this item is disposed of. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 1st of March 2025, during the time of this session, in the sense that the session has been going on, we have lost a very, very senior leader, late Mestunath Kharchandi, who was a former minister and a former member of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, and we lost him at a very, very senior age, I should say, of 96 years old. He was a member from the Mawsynram constituency, and as a minister in the government of Meghalaya, he had contributed immensely, holding the departments of border area development as well as district council affairs, relief and rehabilitation. In this time of sorrow, I, on behalf of the members of this House, would like to extend my deepest condolences to the members of the bereaved family. May Almighty give them the strength to bear the loss that they have incurred. This loss is not just for the family, but all his supporters, all his leaders, and for the state as a whole. And I pray to Almighty that his soul may rest in eternal peace. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Mukul.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I also rise to join the leader of the House, the Honorable Chief Minister, in condoling the demise of one of the distinguished leaders the state has produced. Late Mestunath Kharchandi, who was elected in 1983, 88, and 93, 3 times. I have known him even before becoming an MLA while I was a student. And I had the privilege, along with other friends of mine who are in this August House, or Honorable Emere from Dalu, he was also there together from 1993. We were there with this great soul. And he was our minister then. The soft-spoken, one of the, I must say, man who demonstrated love and compassion to the people, so accessible and so humble. I saw many of these people from that very difficult area, Mawsynram, being very happy with him. People from all background, from diverse background, for we all know the constituency, Mawsynram, we have a diverse demography there, people coming from different communities, and he was loved and respected by all. And as we had the privilege to be member of this August House together from 93 to 98, and since he was one of the members of the cabinet, holding important portfolios which were so connected with our constituencies, we could see him as a friend, colleague, who would always look at all ways and means under his command to comply with every request. So this is the fond memory that I have about this great man.
He has served our people in multiple capacities, and God has blessed him with longevity. I think 96 years, just 4 years less from being a centurion. I think it's in itself a demonstration of the blessing of Almighty, of the longevity that he deserved. May his departed soul rest in eternal peace, Mr. Speaker, sir. And may his fond memories remain and be cherished by each one of us who have been closely associated with him. And may the gracious Almighty God grant the members of the bereaved family with solace, comfort, and fortitude to overcome this great loss. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I convey my deepest condolences to the members of the bereaved family and to all his loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Anybody? Since there are no more participants, I would also like to join the Chief Minister and the Leader of the Opposition of this August House to express my condolences to the bereaved family members of late Mestonat Karchandi, former minister and a 3-time member of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, who passed away on 1st March 2025. He was 96 years old and is survived by his wife and 3 children. Late Mestonat Karchandi was born in 1929 in Mosenram, East Khasi Hills district. He was active in social and political activities. Late Mestonat Karchandi was first elected to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly in 1983 from Mosenram constituency on an Indian National Congress ticket and was minister in charge of border areas development. In 1988, he was re-elected and was minister in charge mining and geology besides other portfolios. Late Mestonat Karchandi was elected for the 3rd time in 1993, where he was minister in charge of district council's affairs, relief and rehabilitation. Though I had not the privilege of having an acquaintance with him, with late Mestonat Karchandi, but having been a 3-term MLA speaks volume of how popular he was and how much he was loved by his people. His passing away is a great loss to our state in general and to the people, and particularly to the people he served during his 3 terms MLA here in this assembly. So, I don't have much to speak about him, but I pay my respects to this great, eminent personality, and I express my condolences to the surviving family members, his wife and 3 children. Now may I request all the honorable members to rise in their seats and observe 2 minutes silence as a mark of respect to the departed soul.
You may all be seated.
As there is no further business before the House for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on